And so it begins again.
Alright, move you right there. Okay. Alright, super quick. Whoa, hey, hold on.
Wait, what do you want to do for dinner? Pasta?
Yeah, or you know, nuggies and salad is fine too. Because if we do pasta, we really don't have any room for salad. But if we do nuggies, we definitely have room for salad.
We could do half the amount of pasta. We don't have to cook the whole fucking box.
It just feels weird not to.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's do nuggies, because I'd like to have something green today.
Yeah, let's do nuggies and... Yeah, that's fine. Pasta. That's right, Blade. Pasta. Okay, what we're gonna do super quick. Oh, I don't... Okay. This is what people seem to fail to understand. I'm not, like, playing a game right now. Like, I'm not I'm not like hoping to like PvP a couple of people. That's definitely not, that's not on my agenda. And people think somehow that's my agenda. Like I'm not trying to get a couple of people into this game and then have them just like dominate a lobby. That's literally not my goal. I don't like that's not a thing for me right now. I'm watching the background. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, because what I need today...
Whatever it decides to play.
Yeah. There's really only a couple things I want to learn today. Okay. Pause. I want to understand this screen and this screen. And then I also want to understand... I want to understand these and proper building. Like, people are telling me, like, this is what's good to build, but nobody's actually told me what they're for. Like, everyone just says, oh, I just go all lasers. Why? Like, what do these things mean? So I'm going to understand that. I want to understand these two screens fully. I want to understand them completely. And I want to understand this completely. I want to understand trade routes. I want to understand the modules. Like, I need to understand these things. Because right now, that shit doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly. Like, I need to learn the base parts about the game. And that's what's so difficult right now. I feel they should be on voice chat for that one. That's fine. I'm happy to pull someone into voice chat. If somebody wants to help me go through those things that has like good experience, I am happy to pull someone into voice chat to help me get through each one of those stages. Because right now, like, I feel like I understand everything else fairly easily. Everything else is coming to me like really easily, really rapidly, but it's like right now, like those couple of things are my like my hard points. Which one? The Starbase planets or ships? I mean, yeah. So what I want to learn is I want to learn about all the planet shit. I need to learn about planet summary. I want to understand why people are building the buildings they're doing. Okay, because like one of the things that didn't really make sense to me was like last night people were telling me obviously that like, okay, we gotta fucking, this music's so gotta chill. Okay, like last night, like one of the things people were telling me is that when I was up at like 400 research, they were like, bro, that's not enough research, you need more. And what was surprising to me was that I had built mining stations at every section possible, like anytime I had the moment. And then I had a ton of research labs in my home world, and then multiple research labs on my other worlds. And people were like, bro, you don't have enough research. Like, how am I supposed to get more than this? How am I supposed to get more research? Like, that part doesn't make sense to me. And then I had someone tell me I need to just be spamming solar panels, but I didn't really like quite understand why. Like, it sort of made sense. And then obviously I built a hydroponics farm here. I understand why I do that. That part makes sense to me. I just didn't understand why those mechanics exist, why I should be where I'm at, and then I'm gonna be able to build my own meta from there. Because I don't need to know a meta. I'll be able to design it. I just need to know. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Cook your food. Do your thing. I'm at work. Shift just started. Well, Blade. Yeah, that's tough, man. You're all good, dude. Like I said, those are just a couple things I want to know. Like, obviously the planet, I really need to understand this planet interface. I've obviously, like, started understanding things like the designation. Like, obviously just setting this to the Empire capital right away. It gives me all of those immediate benefits. That's obviously a really good thing. I obviously understand about clearing features. That shit makes sense. I understand that, like, this should be like research labs, but again, other things just didn't make sense. There's a whole bunch of crap. See, that's the thing right there, Blade. Is people say you want 300 research by year 60, 1K around 2300, right? But nobody says how to get there, or like what the reasonable way to get there is. And that's where I'm coming across the problem. Because, like, what I did last game is I spammed so much into research. Every time I saw a research opportunity that, like, boosted research, I hit it. Every time I saw a mining station that, or a research station, boom, hit it. Every time I had, like, a fucking build opportunity in my world, research labs. And I still wasn't high enough in research. And everyone's like, oh, your research needs to be higher. How the fuck is it supposed to get any higher than what I was doing? Because I was pumping, and it wasn't enough. So yeah, I definitely want to understand that a bit. But planets are a big thing for me, and ships are a big thing for me. Then normally also depends on the Empire. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? Is that people talk about, like, that, oh, your research should be, blank, and it obviously depends on, like, your Empire sprawl, and so every build is different. So I don't need to know, like, the meta of what to build and what to play. I just need to understand how to get to the points. It's like when you're talking about, like, a MOBA. I don't need you to tell me to play this character every game. Why am I playing this character every game? And then you're like, oh, build these items. Why build those items? That's what I want to know. What do the items do? What does the character do? Why are they good? And then from there, bro, I'll be able to build my own shit. I'll be able to play any character in any role because I'm just insane. Like, that's what I'm trying to do here. I just got to understand those points. Think about it this way. On a planet, if you want energy, you need a job for that, or a district, and a pop spamming solar panels gives some energy and more later when you get bonuses. Yeah, so that's why, like, the solar panel thing kind of made sense, because I could just shove into energy credits and it didn't require a pop to work it, which means I didn't need to make an energy district. So at no cost of a population, just a Starbase slot. Exactly. I can join VC now. Okay, yeah, great. Go ahead and jump in. I'll drag you over. Okay. All right. Lay it on me.
Okay, so let's begin with the planet.
Planet. Pulled up. Ready to go.
Okay, so
Actually, would it be easier if I live streamed in here for you?
probably, yeah,
Yeah, there you
because
go.
there is David. Oh yeah, this is much better instead of the 5 seconds input lag.
Right, yeah.
So okay,
Now the
let's begin
immediate,
with something
yeah.
really funny that you did that you didn't realize. You know how you said, "Oh, you immediately need to put your empire capital designation." You don't
Yeah.
need to; it's automatic. It automatically goes into that one.
Does it really? Okay. Because I was
Yeah,
like, because before it just shows this and it doesn't show
yeah,
this
yeah.
one.
The that one usually always stays as empire capital unless you change it.
Oh, see, I saw a quick little video about it, and they said when you go in here, just set it to Empire Capital, and I was like, okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
But that was a
It's
video
to
that was
make
made like a
sure it
year ago,
doesn't
so.
change. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's to make sure it doesn't change.
Oh,
But
I see. I
aside
see.
from that, yeah. Okay, so why is Empire Capital good? The plus 10% job resources and the stab and amenities that it gives is pretty good.
Yeah, I
Not
love
as
the
good
plus
as
10
other
amenities.
things.
Yeah.
The Forge Capital is usually the one I recommend once you have more planets. So you can fully make your capital a beast of industry. I don't know if you have the DLC that allows you to make the like Monopoly's world, but that's usually what you want your capital.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have that DLC.
Okay, so ignore that one. Uh Consumer goods capital. That's such a meme. I've never seen anyone use that.
Which one's the
Trade
consumer goods
capital.
capital? Oh, factory
Factory.
capital?
Yeah, I've never seen anyone use that.
Yeah, I don't see the purpose of doing so.
I mean, if you are an egalitarian empire that is also pacifist, maybe, but that's that's for another time. Trade capital works great if you're a trade empire, but you need to be managing a lot of stuff with other planets too. That's when you only want urban districts and all the trade buildings you can have. It's pretty fun. It can give you so much trade, but at the same time, it depends on the strategy you're doing for that game, and that's something you need to plan ahead by picking certain civics, or if you have the DLC going Megacorp.
I see. Okay. I was like, trade is still something I only partially understand, so this has never been something I would look at.
And the last one, Capital Extraction World. That basically that changed in the last update actually. Before was that it gave benefits to the strategic resources workers, but because they changed how it works, they also changed the worker pop resource output. So now it's more if you want a capital that does worker pops, but I would not recommend you to do that.
Okay, fair enough.
You you usually don't want your pops to be doing worker jobs if you can avoid it.
Okay.
That's also why people say, oh, the solar panels are good, because it means that that pop does not need to be working as an electrician, but it can work as a getting you more alloys, more consumer goods, more whatever, instead of getting the energy.
Yeah, makes sense.
So you usually want your pops as specialists instead of workers.
I mean, that's also why you build the hydroponics farm. Then your pops aren't making food like on farms. Like you just have the
Yes and
hydroponics.
no. Yes and no. You especially build the hydroponics because farmers suck. They are the worst per ratio of collection of any resource. And because you can only, or before you could only use it for maintain your pops, the only thing you could do with it apart from that was trade it in the market, but that was sucked. So you usually don't want any worker to be a farmer. Just from how bad farmer jobs are.
Okay, fair enough.
Except if you have the civic that makes it so to get alloys you need food. That's when, yeah, that's valid to have farmers. With the new DLC, If you're going for the space fauna thing, yep, there's also valid to have farmers.
Okay, so explain the districts to me, like in terms of what is sort of important versus what's not.
Okay, urban district gives you the most important thing that it gives is housing and the building slot. It also gives a clerk job, but clerks are not that good. They give trade, but a minimum, and they also, a lot of people think they're good because they give amenities, but the amenities they give are so low that is not a good way to have amenities.
Like you wouldn't want to get a
clerks.
clerk to get an amenity, like you would just do something else.
Yes.
Okay.
Later I'll tell you stuff how to get amenities of that. Okay. Industrial, it gives enough housing for artists and a metallurgist, or if you specialize the planet to be a forge or factory, it gives to which. If you have a civic called I forgot the name of the civic, let me check. HR, what is the name of the civic that makes it so the pubs that work on the consumer goods are better, and it also gives building slots when you build the industrial ones. Master artisans, something like that. I forgot the name. Well, that civic allows you. Yeah, the civic, yeah. Masterful Crafters, that's the name, I just checked.
Oh, okay.
That civic allows you to have better factory workers, yeah, crafters. Allows you to have better artisans, that gives you more consumer goods, and at the same time, every 3 industrial districts give one building slot, so that's perfect when you have a lot of industrial worlds. Yeah, meritocracy is better, but that's the only time industrial districts gives building slots.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of put minerals and energy in the same category because they do the same thing but for different resources. There are worker pops, not the best, but they're also very necessary for every single game. And for farmers, you don't really need them as much.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Hello.
Hello, Time.
Hello.
Have you guys started yet?
No. So, like, we're not doing, like, any, like, official, like, game or anything right now. This is literally just because I need to learn a lot of these things.
So what's your first question?
Well, right now we're going
right
over
now
it
it's
right now.
playing game.
Yeah, Joss and I are going over it right now. We were literally going over. You're fine, Jenna. Just relax, buddy. So we went over like colony designations, and then we were kind of going over districts right now. Because like a couple of my biggest problems right now, Time Splash, I don't really need to know like the meta of things. I don't need to know how. Like this is the only like do this. Like I need to understand how those things operate. Because I come from a long history of like games where I've made a meta that's worked and I kill it. So I just need to understand how things actually operate so that I can utilize them properly instead of just being, you know, like told like, oh hey, build, like, you know, do this. Like none of that stuff makes sense to me. But if I understand how the districts work, if I understand how the buildings work, if I understand how the pops work, if I understand how the shipbuilding works and the ship design, like if I understand those things, I'm gonna kill it no matter where I'm at. Right now I just don't understand those things.
Okay, well to begin with, I don't really understand that well, other than it's buff stacking pretty much between governors, traits, traditions. Overtune's extremely good from what I know about it because you can stack 2 thrifty trades.
Oh yeah, sure. You can.
Then there's tech, which you pretty much want to build as much of as you can get away with, because more tech means you can get things like better technologies, and you've probably seen what technologies can give now. Well, only some of what they can give, actually. Because
Yeah.
over time, tech's the difference of 2 to 3 times stronger from tech.
Yeah, no, I mean, that part makes sense. And I think, like, what's really weird is, like, where I was in this really weird position last night where even, like, up at, like, 400 research, because I was building every building every research station possible, and I was putting a bunch of research labs on my home world and the other worlds. Like, I was doing literally as much as I possibly could when it came to research, and then I was still being told that that was too low. It's like, okay, how was that too low? What the hell else am I supposed to be doing to get that research up?
Typically, research stations are pretty much useless, and honestly, I can't be particularly certain other than there's a bit of buff stacking that's necessary to get good research.
Not anymore. It changed. Not anymore.
Yes, still anymore.
Yeah.
Hello, Powder.
You seem to be thinking of the old tech system.
So, okay, so hold on. So there was a part of the tech system where you could stack, and now you can't stack?
Yeah, it's completely gone. The buff stacking is
It's
gone.
not completely
So everyone-
gone. There's still 15% that you can get.
No, it's so low. It really doesn't make that much of this difference that people remember.
There's also tech speed stacking, which is honestly insane.
Right now, the main way to get tech speed is like through leaders, and then like you roll
Yeah,
those techs like the plus 5% speed techs like sometimes, but now like really you can't get
And then
much
there's
bonuses for researchers.
it's 15%. 15% is 15%
Yeah.
between the. Then there's also the. I don't know if you've got Utopia,
Yeah, I've got
but
Utopia.
there's
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Science Nexus, if you know what that is.
No.
It's another
Mega
15%.
structure.
Not you, Powder. I know for a fact you know what that is.
Yeah, just
That is
saying.
more research speed.
You might not get the science nexus every game if it goes like pretty short,
Okay.
or if you just never produce enough tech.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, yeah,
I feel like
Go ahead.
I feel like we're jumping around way too much, so we might be confusing him if he just starts saying, "Oh, there's this text, oh, there's this."
Yeah, so
Maybe.
I obviously
we
don't
should
need to
do
know.
everything.
I obviously don't need to know, like, specifics of things. Because that's obviously going to get lost in the matrix of this fucking game. But like, okay, so when I want research, like, what about, like, you said earlier, what about a research station makes them useless? All I'm seeing is a positive number build and nothing else. Why would they be considered useless?
It's a.
Well,
On average, research stations might produce like 4 researchers in your entire empire worth of research. And that's
Yeah.
just like not worth your.
Yeah.
It's not really worth the minerals to build them.
the
But, like,
number of
minerals are
research
so
students-
plentiful. Like, I have yet to
They're
have any
not
problems with
plentiful.
minerals.
If you don't have problems with minerals, you are either producing like 150 a month, like from like 2210, or you're not building enough. Basically.
Which is
Wait,
it's the second one.
wait,
Powder.
you're not explaining this correctly. You're not explaining this correctly. Grim, what we're trying to say is that early game, you have to choose between a research station or another resource, such as minerals.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
For building more, you should choose to build more instead of the research station, because the amount of research that it gives is not worth it to have early game.
Okay. So what we're talking about is when I first initially start expanding, that usually it's a better idea just to build mining stations and not worry about the research stations, because it's just not going to be good for the minerals early game.
It's better to build buildings inside of worlds instead of things in space a lot of
Yeah.
times. Because
Okay.
the 100 minerals can be better allocated to build another mining district that will give you more than just
Okay.
one mineral.
Okay. So the building, so like for example, I guess where is it? Research labs. So research labs, the approximate production is 8.3 of each of the type of research. It costs 4 consumer goods, but that on average is definitely better than any research station that I can make. But this only costs 400
Because-
minerals.
Yes, but it takes 2 pops to operate it. And you're paying an upkeep of 2 energy credits a month. And I also will remind you, mining stations have an energy upkeep.
Oh yeah, that's something people forget they do.
Oh yeah, I've seen that before. That makes sense.
And do you really want to spend like an entire energy credit a month on like 1 research a month?
I mean, I guess like in the early game, I guess that doesn't make sense, but I don't know. By like the later games, I don't see that as being a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I usually think is that if I already have the system claimed for a different reason, then I might as well put the research station, but you definitely do not want to claim systems just to get their research deposits. That's never do that.
Okay, so like just for example, if I'm staring at a system like this where it shows 2 energy credits, 3 minerals, and 2 research, you would just take this system just to build the mineral and energy credit stations and then move
Not
on.
really.
Yeah.
Not really.
Not really.
And then not the 2 physics, not necessarily. That's a low priority thing to take.
Okay. Now, in the couple of other games, I think the game last night, I came across a system that had like 9 of that research. That was really good. I would really want that, or is that still not that good?
I mean, is
If
it on
it's
the
a
star
fine
or
one,
no?
the star, yes.
Then only build a station if you're already only build a research station only if you have claimed the system for a different reason.
I mean, Powder, I will point out that it would be worth doing it if it's 9 on the star, of course, because Dyson swarms,
Oh
because that's 270 there.
yeah, I guess you can. Dyson swarms are also pretty decent, but like, I usually never incorporate that into my playstyle.
They're just like the
Usually
build Powder. We
do
both,
better.
even if they're a bit annoying to build.
That's
One
that
thing
can
like to is up.
but that's kind of
The
getting
alloys
into
are trivial.
Yeah, see, the trivial stuff I really don't need for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So when I'm what I'm understanding is when I'm first initially expanding, don't worry about the research stations and just worry about the minerals. And I should be more concentrated on making, in my home plan, I should be more concentrated on making research labs.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess what I'm still not understanding then is that even when I had a bunch of research labs and I had taken over every single research station that I had seen, my research apparently still wasn't that high.
What was the amount? Was it like 200, 250?
I was at like 400, and I don't remember what year it was by, but I was at like, I don't remember what the year was.
If it is 400, that can be pretty good if you're at around like 2230, maybe even 2240 for most players of like not incredible skill level. But if you want to get more research, then there are 2 ways. Either you build research over a different planet, which is like kind of obvious, just like find building slots somewhere or places to build city districts and put research there, or you research exotic gases and start producing them, and then you research complexes and start upgrading your research labs on your home planet.
I was able to do that at the end of my last game. I did see that I could turn a research lab into like a larger complex. That definitely, I saw that and I was like, oh, finally, I can start upgrading this shit. So that made sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. All right, moving on from research then.
I think that's basically it. Yeah.
Okay, moving on from research because that was still something that I thought was really weird. Yeah, I thought it was weird that like I had all these research labs in a whole bunch of planets, and then I had research stations everywhere, and then people were like, "That's not enough research. How the fuck am I supposed to get more research?" So okay, so I just
it depends on the time and whether or not you were able to expand it with other ways.
Yeah,
if you're
yeah,
making
for sure.
a ton of alloys, but like 200, 300 researchers,
It also involves.
passable.
It also involves on how many you need like events, and what do the events cost?
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, events.
You are
Yeah.
doing it all the time.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't be like too hard on yourself for like any of this, but like there's always just. I mean, you can always do better.
No, 100%. I mean, that's always how every game is. Absolutely. No, that was the part that was confusing me because I
Especially,
had
yeah.
pushed. I pushed like how much research I was doing, and I was doing so much better on that. And so to still be told like that's just not enough, and it's like, bitch, I have so much. Eat my ass. Like I just didn't know how you're supposed to go beyond that. So okay, I'll try to like refocus that a little bit. I guess I'll just try to find. Also, a problem was too with last game. I only had 2 colonizable planets, and I hadn't unlocked terraforming yet. So like I wasn't really able to get that much off the ground. It was really hard to like kind of get that special. I'm lucky that I was playing the fucking Kizuk Swarm that didn't need consumer goods because like holy shit, that would have been so annoying.
You should have expanded and conquer other empires.
Right? Yeah.
As Gestal empires, you usually don't play all. That's what we're basically doing. So you needed to conquer empires
Oh yeah.
and conquer the planets. And
I will
continue
point out
expanding.
that you passed. Oh yeah, I will point out you passed terraforming up like 3 times.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I probably just saw something I was way more attracted to, and but I did research terraforming, and I do remember seeing. I was like, oh, terraform, and I clicked it, and then I just totally forgot about it after that.
Yeah, I also remind you that there is like an absurdly high cost for
Plus, yeah,
terraforming each planet.
terraforming takes time.
Oh, yeah.
You can't just.
And looking at your stream, it looks like the issue here is that you did not reach like 400 research speed like fast enough. Like this is like the numbers you're reaching are feasible in maybe like half of the time that you actually reached it in.
Yeah, see, that is insane to me. I just don't know like how you were supposed to get to those numbers that quickly. But I imagine that just comes with time. I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah. You can find ways to like rush.
You could just
research
have
that
post
out.
like.
Dude,
You could, if you don't mind, you could just like post the game to co-op, and I could just show you how I do it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch that at some point. Okay. Moving on though. Again, moving on from research. Okay, when it comes
let's continue with the tech talk.
So yeah, when it comes to like this kind of stuff, I'm looking at the city districts. Obviously, like my starting planet has all this kind of stuff like ready to go already. That makes sense to me. I'm obviously like this is for making buildings, clerks. Josh, thanks for explaining that. Housing, and housing, big stuff there. Industrial district, that makes sense. I see it there, turning minerals into consumer goods, turning minerals into alloys. That makes sense. And obviously it's through like specific jobs. Generator district, that's for the technician jobs. I remember seeing that research pop up all the time. That is like, hey, your technicians produce more energy credits. That makes sense. Now, is this even effective to go for, or should I just worry about making solar panels?
Okay,
It's
you're not
effective.
a high find, but
Solar
when
panels are just
Hold on.
if you can like have solar panels, like you should. Okay, fuck this. I don't know how to play Gestalt, but generally, the 3 generator districts that you have right now are good enough until you colonize the next planets.
Okay.
And then you can like ship those jobs off world, basically.
Also,
Yeah, time slash is way better at Gestalt than
also,
no.
once you. Yeah, I've got like 500, 600 hours in it or something absurd. Probably like 800,
Bro, same.
I don't know, 800, like 700.
Yeah, that was my first time
either
just
way,
playing a hive
though,
mind, and that was just for fun. I'm gonna play a whole bunch of shit.
So I would note you should. Yeah, I would recommend that you start buying minerals in this game. Because I'll probably explain the market now. The internal market.
Oh yeah, I know all about the internal market. Yeah.
Or should I?
I mean, I can go for it.
You
Well,
have to buy
if you see
Lemecca
that
and sell
If you
limits are.
see the add new monthly trade button,
Oh yeah. Have you not been seeing me use
Yeah.
this?
yeah, okay, yeah, always
has-
buy
it
40
has,
minerals per month.
Always
Not
40 per
40 anymore.
month?
No,
Always
it changed.
42.
It changed.
42.
42.
42.
But I do 40 because I'm lazy. But 42 is the most optimal amount, and that can like get you a lot of minerals, which is just really good.
Okay.
It helps you. It helps.
And
It
so,
helps you
if
build.
you want to have that trade running as much as possible,
Okay.
and then you can like, in most cases, you can sell off excess food, and then if you're making extra energy credits, you can buy stuff like consumer goods or alloys.
Yeah.
Okay, that seems pretty aggressive to start the game off with, just pushing that bitch up to 42.
Well, okay,
Not
with
really.
expansion.
You've
plus
got
42, you are like increasing your mineral production by like up to like 150%, and just being able to push out like research labs and city districts and like other stuff whenever you want. That is really
So
really
this is
good.
just this is an early aggressive play is what's going on.
Yes.
Well,
no, it's
yeah, sort of.
standard.
You're just like
Yeah.
really just like pushing for development basically.
It's not really that aggressive because you need to rekey your economy.
Because as of
you
right
can
now,
also
you're
sell up
making
to 64 of any basic resource a month.
right now. If you look at your starting economy, you're making 68 energy credits per month.
Yeah.
That will be completely useless. If you have more than 0 energy credits, that can, I mean, that is enough. You have enough if you have more than 0 energy credits in most cases.
Okay, because right now you're buying at 130, so 42 just means I'm taking this number from 68 down to like fucking 20 or like 19 or 18 or something.
13.
Yeah.
13. It should drop down to 13.
13.
Okay. Okay, so by doing
It
that right off the
costs
bat, it
55 energy
just...
credits a month.
Okay, so just by doing that, it just
It
immediately
won't
allows
take
me
until the
to
month takes
increase
over.
this.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
and
And
it
then
will
obviously
scale
I would
quicker.
sell all of my excess food, so I can immediately jump this to 30,
No.
no problem.
No.
No?
No, don't sell your excess food.
Don't sell all of it.
But you should
Um,
also be buying.
you-
You need colony ships. You need 500 for colony ships.
Yeah,
Or is that
you need-
guest all?
But with the
200
colony
200 food per colony ship as
Okay.
bioempire.
You should sell some of it, but you should like not sell more than like 13 a month, I'd say. And spend all your remaining energy credits a month surplus. You should be buying consumer goods with it to help get your colony ships out quicker. And you should also be surveying your guarantees.
I should also be what?
Oh, and by the way,
Sure.
the surveying
keep it up.
guarantees. The guaranteed
Fine.
habitables.
Yeah. If you know what those are, right?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay,
It cut
so-
off. It cut barely percent.
So you get 2 guaranteed habitables in every game.
Oh no!
Oh, that's what
couldn't
you're saying.
understand what they were saying. Not that we didn't know. We just couldn't understand.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. You kept like
Oh.
cutting out there. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, right off the bat with every game, I know for a fact, at least in the settings, that there are 2 immediately colonizable planets, and I guarantee that's probably one of them right there.
That's not one of them. That's an alpine world.
Well, there's the question. I know, like sometimes when they're orange, like you go to the system and there's still a green world there, so that would probably be one of the first spots I would search, and yeah.
Dream,
If they're,
read the
you
chat
can
for a
see if
second.
they're a guaranteed based on what type they are.
So
Covered
I'd say
over the
so
word
true.
base.
So read the chat.
in this situation,
Okay.
none of your guaranteed habitables are in view, so your goal should now be to look for them and then survey them ASAP, basically. Using your current like science ships. Some people build a second science ships. I usually do not.
I like
I
building
do.
a second science ship. I'm a big survey guy. I like my intel.
You
Yeah.
get a lot of stuff if you survey, so I think it's worth it.
I mean, in multiplayer games, you'll never get hold on that many systems. So the main reason you build a second thing is to secure systems quicker than your competitors.
No, especially with the new update, you do want to get those pesky
Yeah,
little
that is completely fair.
anomalies and
truthfully.
all of that.
Yeah, but I usually just have one deal with all the anomalies and just set it to automate them at the start. Usually done within 20 years of the game starting.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
something I want to
that
start
is
doing
really
more
good
often.
for
Is
it.
I do want to start having a science ship deal with anomalies a little faster. I definitely like put those off for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I do that too. I'm doing fine.
But yeah, no, that starts with an adjustment. Okay, so, okay, sorry, back to the market super quick. We kind of jumped off from that guy. So immediately buy 42 minerals because that's just boosting this economy.
Yeah.
And then what did Blade say? Minerals is aggressive per se. It's more of a rapid industrialization. Early game minerals is a bit hard to come by. So just much more development. Prosperity is a first tradition. Usually helps with the mineral issue by reducing the cost of districts. That's true. I think that's why people told me to go
either
prosperity.
Prosperity
It's
is a
either
great
prosperity or
first
statecraft that you go first.
Yeah. Statecraft is a bit more finicky to pull off. Prosperity is like almost always good. You don't even have Galactic Paragon, so I wouldn't. Yeah, just go with Prosperity.
I usually go with Discovery. I'm just that kind of guy.
Yeah, I like
Dude,
Discovery and I like
Discovery is
Prosperity.
never
I like
worth
both
that.
of them.
Wait,
Okay, Time
Discovery
Splash.
is
That's
never
it.
worth as a
We're
first
not
pick.
friends.
I play tall, so it does.
Alright, so the only reason I think Discovery is okay is +1 research alternatives. Otherwise, I generally do not pick it.
Fair enough.
If I really want a research alternative, or like if I don't have another tradition to pick, I might as well.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
There are a lot of other civics that are like great. I'm thinking Prosperity is like really good, and then there are two other decent economic traditions which are like Harmony and fucking Adaptability. Adaptability is actually better, but I like Harmony just as a personal thing. But yeah,
Okay, fair enough. And then
Adaptability is really good.
I don't know.
It
Maybe
gives the
Time Splash
better
is
science
biased in that
worlds.
choice.
okay, yeah, and Joss, you said that you go Discovery because you like to play tall. And I know the difference between tall and wide is
I don't play the same way that most people do.
Okay.
I do a lot of. I go against the meta right now, and I'm still doing tech rushes and all of that. So the way it plays very different to the average player.
Yeah, no, but like you said you could do it because you play tall, and I assume when you play tall, it's a bigger benefit to you that way.
Yes and no.
Okay.
It's weird, but at the same time, playing tall allows to counter something that white empires need to deal with constantly, and this empire's troll. So every single little bonus that I get for me is bigger to a certain extent. So like, because I still do tech rushing, I do early on.
Yeah, hold on, you're not
swap
doing
my
anything with your science ships.
No, I know. I just wanted to see the traditions. This isn't a real game. I don't give a shit about this one. This was literally just so I could open it up and look at it. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
The one thing I do is immediately try to get discoveries so I can immediately put on the when I try to tech rush.
Map the stars.
Map the stars one, and then I want to finish it so I can get also the one that gives the better researchers. But
The
that's
minus
like a lot of
researcher
finish.
upkeep.
No, not the
subsidies?
research upkeep. No, yeah, the subsidies. That one.
Research
Because I do
alternatives
tech
plus
rushing,
one.
so I need every single.
Oh,
slot
yeah,
for
that makes
research.
sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
No,
That
not
is
the
an
research
interesting
alternatives. Go to the one that says no, one down.
Below that one.
To the left,
Left of
to the left.
Polytechnic. Yeah.
Research
This one.
subsidies. The edict for that one makes your researchers a bit
get
faster.
10% more.
But if you're doing what I do most games, that's 100% necessary, and that requires like a different type of economy than most games. But even though you usually don't want to go with what we were saying early on with the traditions, all of that, its coverage is really good if you know how to do the research to get the best bonus out of Discovery. but you only want to get the one that is go up for a second.
Oh yeah, hold on, sorry.
That's the one you want to get, and then you switch and do prosperity early game.
Okay.
Instead of finishing discovery, you switch to prosperity after doing that one, so you can get the best bonuses for discovering, surveying, all of that. Because I do see the benefits of getting artifacts and all of that, especially with the new update. I
Yeah,
don't
that
know
makes
how
sense.
the new update works without the DLC, because they have the DLC.
I mean, I do know that one of the reasons I love Discovery was because I love surveying. I want to see everything around me, and I want all that intel. So that increased survey speed was huge for me, and then the ship disengage chance was also huge. I had a couple science ships in my first couple games that got obliterated. I know it's not a super big thing all the time, but, you know, for when I lost those first couple science ships, I was like, wait, I don't want to let that happen again, my boys. So I thought that was really cool. So I didn't know about the research subsidies, and let's see, research station output is increased by 20%.
It's not
So
that good at all.
would that
Actually,
make research
don't like
stations
research
better?
subsidies.
Marginally, doesn't really matter.
I mean, 20% of 2 is not a lot, but
Nothing. Yeah, it's like at max, I think it can get at to max
Okay, hold
4,
on.
but that's
I
like
actually
bad.
disagree with research subsidies as a concept because it gives you. I'm looking at the math on it, and it looks like it gives you about 0.9 research
also
output
go,
for the cost of 1 energy credit, which is a
I
really
also
bad.
what's the name of the standard of living for the research. I also go with that one. Like I said, I tech rush like crazy, and I always want to see how fast you can tech rush. So that's my mode of playing.
Yeah,
It's different, so it's not the most for getting alloys.
And it also costs you edict
It's really
funds, which
funny.
might be a problem in some cases.
I know, I said my style of gameplay is very different to most people.
yeah,
But,
Powder. Gosh, get off his back. Don't worry, I got you,
Okay.
Josh.
I've done pretty funny stuff with the tech rush. So it always bugs me down when they keep nerfing tech rushing.
Yeah. Okay, well, fair enough. Okay, so we understand why we go Discovery first, but we also understand why we go Prosperity first. Because of the building upkeep
actually-
and the district upkeep?
Yes.
The one to the right, yeah, that one's standard construction templates is like really
He
strong.
said it right, but signaled to the wrong one, and I didn't look at which one he looked.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one
mean-
is buildings and districts have their build cost reduced by 10%, which is cool. Build speed is
Yeah, at
increased
this-
by 25%. Okay.
The speed is
I-
nice,
those
but
are
the
both
real benefit
good
is the
bonuses.
cost.
It saves you a lot of minerals, and that build speed means that you can like start pumping out city districts and research labs quickly.
Okay.
And
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice, but the real benefit is the cost.
Okay, so yeah, that I remember seeing that one. That one was just kind of cool. The upkeep is obviously, I guess, kind of nice.
then upkeep,
For the
resources
energy.
from jobs, and then upkeep from jobs. They're all small bonuses which can add up.
Oh, absolutely. When you start
Basically,
having a lot more stuff, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Is there anything else on here that is like a good starting one, depending?
Supremacy is not a starting one.
It is if it wants to go into
Okay,
multiplayer.
well, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
yeah,
if,
that's
if
true.
you
That's
want to
true.
like kill your neighbor like in 10 years, supremacy is a starting. So
No, that makes
as-
sense. Yeah,
as
because
tradition.
ship build speed, yeah, that makes sense too. But this also makes a
It's
good
not the
secondary.
shipbuilding
Here's a
speed
fun
so
one.
much.
Adaptability.
It is fun.
Look at
Yeah, look at
adaptability.
adaptability. Just a second. No, click on the scroll over the
Yeah.
adapt so you can see the lasting benefit.
Oh,
Yeah.
what? Oh, this one.
Put your mouse
like,
over adapt.
mouse over like the word adaptability.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't realize
Do
there
you
were
see the-
initial benefits. Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
yeah,
but
and there were
go to
finisher benefits as
adaptability.
well.
Do you see what it says that increased colony designation bonuses?
Oh,
That
so
makes
that
research worlds better because they actually make them research.
I didn't
worlds.
know that
And
there was
also-
even a mini bonus
I
on each
think
one of these.
in many
Yeah.
cases,
That's
that
also where you
gives
get
you
map the
just like
stars
more
for Discovery.
like about 5 to 10% more resources from like basically any work, any job that's
Oh,
matching
wow.
instead of designation.
Mining station output,
mining
naval
stations,
capacity
yeah.
plus 20, army. Wow, I did not know that these were immediate things. Wow. Okay. So right off the bat, this increases your pop housing,
At
but
the
it
end.
also. Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really
Adaptability
cool.
is not a first pick, by the way.
And then
it's a mid
environmental
to, like-
diversification and adaptive ecology are also bonuses that can help out in some cases.
Okay.
But the real
yeah,
bonus of
one voting is fine,
adaptability
it has
is the colony designation.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, that makes sense.
That's the one that makes it like good,
The
like
building
actually
slot
good.
is nice for your industrial worlds, but the oddest real benefit is both the
You can
strategic
survive
and matter.
without those bonuses, but like
I
you will
could-
notice a difference.
I could see why you wouldn't want to pick this up first. That makes sense to me
No,
because
you never want to pick it first.
Yeah,
But
that
it's
makes
like mid
sense.
to late game.
Yeah, that
maybe
makes
if you
sense.
want
That
to
makes sense.
pick it like second.
Yeah,
that
because
is
who's
also, like, valid.
yeah, second or third? I'm thinking is probably better. Because like, who the hell's got fucking strategic resources right off the bat? Like nobody. Cool.
You can, yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
Okay, well I'm just gonna go fuck myself. Just kidding. I'm back. Hold on. I'm sorry to back up again. Okay. So yeah, I mean that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, shut up, Isaac. Any of these other ones that are like really good first or second picks?
Okay, if you look at mercantile,
Yep.
I
He
mean, if
doesn't
you
have
are
many verbs.
running a
He doesn't
trade
have many
heavy,
verbs.
If
It-
you're running a trade heavy build, like in a multiplayer game, like if you most of your energy credits are coming from traders
Trade.
or other kinds of trade value, then pick mercantile.
Yeah,
like,
it's the
maybe
best
just,
if
like,
you are a mega
to
core.
start, even.
That's the first one you need to pick.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You see that one, the one you're in, that's
Mm-hmm.
the best part of the whole
Yeah.
tradition of mercantile because
And
it
that
allows
just,
you to
like,
get unity
yeah.
from the.
Yeah. And that can
trade.
help you with unity rushing really good.
Okay.
Are you guys going to tell them about the trade policy from Trade League?
Yeah,
Well,
Trade
yeah,
League
but
is also good, but like you can not
It's also
really rely on that unless like you're like you get lucky with neighbors or you like pre-team or like you're really good at like messing with AI.
It doesn't. We don't need to tell him the advanced stuff. Right
Yeah.
now we're focusing early game, so let's try
Yeah.
to get there.
Yeah, my early to mid game.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think trade is like just we can just like basically ignore that. and-
Okay, this is a
Yeah,
this
you
is
don't
a
have to make
case by
reports.
case basis here, is what it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
and I don't think I really have
Honestly,
any trade
just,
heavy
like,
people.
Maybe,
So
yeah, maybe just like forget about mercantile until like you.
yeah, I don't
until
think
you
I've
hear
used
about
it
trade.
before. But yeah, if I have someone who's heavy trade, I'll keep that in mind. That makes sense for them. What else is
Yeah.
another good second pick?
Second pick.
Yeah, because
at that
adaptability
point-
sounds like good, like as a second or third. Obviously, prosperity is a good first. Supremacy is a good second. Discovery is a
Yes.
good first or second.
Yeah. There are not really many other ones.
Depends on your case.
I like
honestly.
harmony a bit. It's like decent. But some of the
Harmony is
bonuses are
good.
like kind of like. I mean, these are smaller bonuses in my opinion. Leader lifespan is good. Empire
Yeah.
size for pops is also strong. +5 stability is just good. Oh, you're not using Paragon, so it doesn't matter. So.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It doesn't matter as much for him.
Heard that.
Oh
heard
wait,
that. What's up?
something that we kept saying, but I don't know if
Domination, maybe.
You know. Empire sprawl. Do you know what that means?
No.
Empire size, empire sprawl.
Yeah, look at the 50 on the top, like with like the circle and the
Oh,
three
this,
arrows.
yeah,
of
yeah.
Empire size. Yeah. Do you
That
know
makes.
what that refers to? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what it does before saying?
I do remember reading this when I first opened up the game, and it didn't mean a lot to me back then. So I kind of skipped over it.
Okay, so
if it gets
that
too
one-
high, tactics and traditions cost more.
While
Yeah.
empire size is at or below 100, no other costs are being modified. Empire size is a minimum value of 50. So if it gets over that, that's right. I saw if it goes over that value, it sounds like I'm taking negatives.
Yeah.
yes,
So-
but slowly. But that is mostly from when you're playing wide and getting a lot of planets. That's when you really need to try to search.
that's
for
when you
the
want to,
bodies
like,
put it
notice.
down.
My
That's when
last
you get-
game with the Kizuk Swarm, was I going over this?
I don't know. Let me check.
Definitely if you out like if you weren't trying to go below 100 like intentionally, you absolutely went over.
I probably went over. I remember
That's
my
definitely-
economy just started
yeah.
tanking.
300. 300.
That's
I was
not
at
really
300.
It doesn't really matter being at 300
Okay.
as much.
If you're like under 1,000, I mean that's basically normal. You like
Yeah,
every
not
empire
that
is like not like minuscule or like stacking stupid bonuses.
Looks
Most
into the
empires
camera.
are going to go over 100, and the reason that is not horrible is because usually your tech increase, like the amount of tech you produce, will outpace the increase in the cost of tech from empire size. So like for example, like between 100 and 600 empire size, that doubles your tech cost, but notice that you have 6 times the amount of empire in the second case. So like you're still making like 3 times the research if you're like producing the same like density of research labs. So like honestly,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. That's kind of a big tangent, but yeah.
So not a huge deal, but definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah. Not a huge deal, but yeah, keep in mind if you have opportunities to like reduce it through some means, like through some kind of bonus, yeah, you might want to take that.
Heard that.
This is
Okay.
why people say that taking that one trait that gives plus 10 empire size per pop doesn't really matter. Because it's so
Oh.
minuscule early to middle game that when it actually matters, if you're playing wide, you will
Well,
have
you just mod it out.
outpaced it. But if you're playing tall, it doesn't affect as much. So it's like, yeah, it's a free trade.
Okay.
Unless
Okay.
you're specifically playing around getting under 100 empire size, just unruly, yeah, you can just get away with it.
Makes sense. Okay.
Playing on the 100 is so fun to do, and at the same time so exhausting.
Staying on under 100, yeah. That's a very neat way to play the game.
It's a very niche. I've tried it and I hated it. But I will still do it again.
Do you know what a build order is?
We were still going onto what you do on planets in general.
Yeah, and then we, yeah.
Okay.
Because he wanted to understand what each thing does before
Yeah,
understanding why he needs to do it.
Yeah, this is still a fucking wild menu to me. Well,
When
this
you
is
join
actually
this-
the worst menu I've ever seen, and I fucking can't stand looking at this. But, this I think
Like home.
this makes a little more sense. I just don't really understand like what buildings are the priority to build. Like I know you don't really want to build a stronghold unless like it's a planet that's going to get attacked. That I get that. Resource silos probably the only reason you'd ever want to build those was to keep these up.
Kind of wrong. That's kind of wrong what you said.
Which one?
About
Yeah, you never
the
do
strongholds. If you're playing a wide empire, you kind of want to have one world that has a bunch of strongholds, so you have a higher
Maybe
ship
top-
capacity, so it doesn't cost as much energy to maintain.
Also, in the mid to late.
That's
and
only
you
for
might want
wide
them,
empires.
But strongholds, that is like probably a more less general thing to build. Just like
I mean, it sounds like
conventional wisdom says, don't build them.
yeah, but like
Yeah.
you probably only want to build them. I think like on chokehold planets. That's pretty much the old chokehold systems.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
In my opinion,
Kinda,
like, if we're
kind
early
of
game,
not.
you don't even have to like think about.
Yeah, it's not as necessary, but at the same time, there are many cases that they are beautiful for that sweet naval capacity that they can give. And if you go, I forgot the name of the tradition, but the one that is defensive
Annual.
based.
I don't think he has that because no
Oh yeah,
DLC.
he doesn't have it. Oh well, you don't have the DLC that puts that tradition.
Okay.
But there is one tradition that has benefit to having the stronghold planets that it gives unity. It's so stupid, but it's
Fair
also super
amount.
funny to do.
Okay, heard that.
Okay. So yeah, this planet, in your capital planet, the best buildings to build are research labs,
Yeah, I figured that much. I remember seeing a little thing about that.
and then
But do you know why?
I Initially, just because it boosts that early research, and that's really the only thing I understand about it.
Yes, but
Yeah,
do you know
you
why
need
you
a
should
lot of
also try to
research.
keep doing it in your capital?
Yeah,
No.
because there is a
Look at
10%
the capital
buff to all
benefits.
resources.
Yeah, plus 10% resources from
Plus
jobs.
10% research.
That's
from the
10% more
researchers.
research.
Yeah, from the researchers.
And in other planets, you can like specify
Oh.
different ways. So like, yeah.
Okay,
And
okay.
adaptability makes that even stronger.
Yeah. And the other voting that you might want to think about is that later on, once you
Tron.
finish building research labs,
Uh-huh.
you can either stick on an alloy foundries or civilian industries, and then or even both.
Tron Monument, that's also one that you need.
That
'Cause you
monument
can-
is also decent.
This one right here.
Those three buildings can be useful.
And you can only
No,
build one of
it
these.
is useful.
Yeah.
It's one per planet.
Yeah, one per planet. Yeah. Because I remember that I was like, I wanted to build a whole bunch of these, and I couldn't, and I was really depressed. Okay, what does this
With
one do?
Research, you can make that one is basically gives culture workers. Those are weird. They don't give as much amenities as you think they can give, but the main benefit is that they give unity and reduce the amount of amenities your pop needs. So when you
They-
upgrade that building,
They give you
exponentially
other
makes it
bonuses,
lower.
basically. They basically just give you bonuses based on your ethics that are like really tiny, but they can help.
They stack very well with everything.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Mm.
Civilian industries.
Not as needed,
Consumer
but
goods.
not that bad.
I tend
so
to build
basically-
them every time because I've always noticed that my consumer good income is really, really low, but I need them to build everything else. The only time I didn't, of course, was when I was playing the Hive. But, I mean, otherwise, we don't like.
That means you're focusing too much on the alloys. You said that last game you had two
So
alloy
click on
planets.
the thing that says Empire Capital real quick.
Yeah.
You see where it says Empire Capital, Forge Capital, Factory Capital?
Oh, yeah, Joss and I went over these. Yeah.
That can switch around you can switch around your job so that you can like only
Yeah.
produce consumer goods or only produce alloys. That's
or
a
a
way to like squeeze out consumer
Balance.
goods.
Yeah, if you
Like in
need
early
like
game.
a bunch of consumer goods, you can temporarily go into factory capital. I forgot you can do that. And
Yeah.
and have it stock, and then switch back to normal, and wait until the stock goes down,
Okay.
Yeah.
and then go
That's-
like swapping
yeah.
around.
I
That
like
is
abuse the heck out of
economy
this mechanic.
killing.
It's just really so powerful. Okay. And then we're still on the subject of building up your capital. So after you've built your research districts, start concentrating the rest of your districts into industrial.
So, I mean, what I understand is that I have 2 building slots. Both of those should just be research labs right now.
Yeah, immediately
Yeah.
research labs. And then
I'm sorry, by the way, under here, was I buying consumer goods?
You are supposed to buy a bit of consumer goods.
Okay, because that was always what I wasn't
based on
doing.
your needs.
I was always building civilian industries instead of purchasing consumer goods, and so that I should just do it.
Costly, but kind of good and necessary. Like, it's cheaper to get minerals in the market, but at the same time, you don't need as many consumer goods. It makes sense it's more expensive.
Okay. I mean, what's a good number of consumer goods to buy right out the gate?
Depends on how. Usually,
9 looking. I
was gonna say 7, but I think it's not.
9, kind of like right off the bat.
Considering how
sell a
much
bit of
extra
food.
energy you have.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because it's 2.6 per. But I imagine I'm probably selling some food as well. Like I remember we talked about
10,
like
10 is
13-ish.
fine, yeah.
10, yeah.
I usually just leave it at 10, just to keep it simple. I know.
And that
there are
sells
better numbers,
for 0.7 each. So yeah, that kind of makes up the difference a little. Okay.
I kind of disagree with them when they said, get 2 tech off the bat. I usually
like two
get
research
one tech
labs?
and the autochtron for the simple fact that Unity can be as or more important as tech a lot of the times.
Okay, so you like going
Especially-
one research lab and one monument?
Yes,
Okay.
especially early on.
Okay.
And do you see the first building that you have right next to your Capitol building?
Yeah, the administrative
That,
offices.
that one gives Unity to, but later you want to change it to research, so you only stay with the monument.
Okay. It also has the commercial zones. Do I want to replace that at some point?
Yes, it sucks.
Yeah.
You want.
Oh, that's right. That's the one you were kind of talking about, where like the clerks are making trade value and amenities, but they're really not making that much.
Okay,
They're really inefficient.
clerks don't really do trade; they multiply the trade.
Okay, that makes
They
sense, Blade.
changed
Thank
how-
you.
Okay, go to population for a second.
Oh, like in here? Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Oh God, fuck this menu.
Put,
Yeah, go
put
ahead.
your mouse over. Put your mouse over the clerk.
Yeah, clerks here.
Bottom.
Do you see how it gives the main benefit of the clerk when you're doing trade is that trade value plus 1%.
Oh, okay.
It's not as much as the trade value plus 3. It's that 1 plus 1%.
But if I'm not doing a lot of trade initially, that means clerks are just kind of fucked.
yes,
Okay.
they don't give them. They give so little amenities, so little trade value that they suck, and you don't want to use them unless you're doing a trade build.
Okay, that makes sense. Heard that. So I mean, how do I get rid of them? Like when I'm in this initial menu, how do I just like say fuck off?
Okay, you can do that, but it's better to, instead of immediately telling them to fuck up, is to make the research lab and they will manually go up.
Oh, they will?
Workers will always go up immediately, but if you stop having the specialist jobs, it will take time for them to go down the strata.
Yeah.
Strata means ruler jobs, specialist jobs, and worker jobs. Pops go up immediately, but they take time to go down.
Okay. So
And if you're having issues with that, Harmony can improve that.
okay, that's kind of what
Can
Harmony's
Harmony's
doing.
you
is-
check your DMs? I just need you to like
That's
go
an
over this
issue.
before I like publish it to like Grim.
What?
No, I'm just talking
Council
to someone
agenda
else.
ready.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm-
Yeah, I'm yelling at
I'm
your
cooking up
Sawyer
like
chat,
a
HR,
build
I'm
order
yelling.
basically. That it's pretty easy to follow.
Oh yeah. Industrial.
Just
I
gonna put
think
the
there
chat
there
right
was
next to
there's a
this.
small edit I'd make. Instead of swapping to Empire Capital, I'd swap to Forge Capital because there's a 15% buff and
Oh, yeah.
just have a stockpile of consumer goods.
Mm-hmm.
It's slightly more efficient.
Yeah, that's debatable, but sure.
Okay.
It's okay. The problem with what you're hearing is a bit more efficient, a bit more this, is that like any Stellaris game, like any Paradox games, Stellaris is a math game.
Okay, yeah. I mean
Like,
that
a
much
lot of
makes
the
sense. Yeah.
nerds, a lot of the nerds will be saying, "Oh, but this is more efficient," and they will talking like 1% more efficient.
Yeah.
There are
It's a
things-
numbers game. That makes sense.
If you like know things like sort of like just conceptually, you'll do okay. Like
Yeah,
sure there are
it's-
some optimizations to be made, but like I
Early
consider
games
myself
is
a decent
much
players,
better
and
to
I
know
don't
the
really
nerds.
like go into the math part too much.
Yeah. Yeah, you saw how they went up.
Yeah, the
strata.
clerks
It's not even-
automatically took a different job. Yeah.
Usually it's the clerks that stop being until your amenities get too low, then other workers will start going to change to kind of keep the amenities up. So if you go to Planet Summary again, you
Yep.
kind of have two options. One is to change the trade building to I forgot the name, but it's the one that gives the benefits. That's the admin. Not you don't want to replace that one. Yeah,
This
that
one?
Commercial zones,
Commercial
yeah.
zone. Okay.
Click and replace. go up. Holo theaters are decent early game, but you only want one pop working on them. Then you kind of want to swap them out. But for the early amenities, they're decent. You can also get more amenities for a decision, but it's kind of...
Okay.
Yes, it is also true what HR is saying, that luxury residences or apartments, as a lot of people say, give a base plus 5 amenities
Oh yeah.
without the need of putting any worker there. But at the same time, it's a slot that is not doing as much.
Yeah, that's literally all it's for, is to get your
But-
amenities up, it looks like.
But another thing that luxury apartments does is that the plus 3 housing adds up on the math and makes your pops in the planet go faster, like spawn faster. That's when
Okay.
you get into the math of, oh, hey, you need housing like a lot, so the pops go like. Well, I forgot the name that Stellaris uses. It's
Migration.
No. Go to population a second again.
Yep, I got you.
Do you see grow? That's the name to use. Fuck.
Okay. So growing.
Yes. Do you see how? Do you see the base grow is free? You have rapid breeders. That's a pretty common pick on trades. It's a good one, but it also can stack with things such as having a lot of housing and a lot of jobs at the same time. It will make both immigration and the base growth go higher.
So I'm getting one new pop in this place every 8 months, it looks like?
No.
No, that's what's remaining until a new.
Oh, yeah. No, I'd see there's a fucking already nearly complete bar. That makes sense. Okay, so I'm going to get one more pop in 8 months, and then it'll take, however long to get another one.
Yeah.
But I can speed that up by...
having more housing available, having more jobs available, and by having migration into the planet.
What?
And with more traits that make the pop grow go faster, like cloning, for example.
Powder. Powder, can you verify? 'Cause some of what he just said didn't sound entirely right.
I was focusing on my fucking wall of text. I'm sorry.
He was saying that more available jobs make the pops go quicker, along with
It's
extra housing.
jobs based
and it
on
wasn't related to
available
migration.
housing.
Okay, so building housing, you need to make sure that you have some free districts, or you're having like more than like 20 available housing. That increases your pop growth on like big planets.
It's got to be more than
yes.
20?
That's around the number that people use, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
It also depends
like-
if
I never knew
Yeah,
that.
once you like start filling out every single district, like you will need to like make sure you're having like a big surplus in housing, around 20. Yeah. So
Okay.
yes. You,
Okay.
So when you're like in a situation where like you want to dedicate your entire world or most of your world to like producing, I don't know, like industry stuff
Alloy.
or like mining, then you might not have the city districts to just like place down and then put other buildings in them, because that will not give you enough housing, and that will create new jobs that pops will want to fill. What you can do instead is that when you have open building slots, you can put luxury residences on them to increase the housing.
Oh yeah, that's what Blade was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if he said that, then he's basically right. But on your capital, you probably do not want luxury housing.
So
Yeah, and the capital's not good. It's better to have that one pop working as an entertainer, honestly, for the early
Yeah.
game.
You can
and
also like
stuff.
build hollow theaters that is
Okay, I'll
decent.
go back to population, because you see how it says 2 available jobs with the theater? But if you click on workers, literally just click on the name workers. You see how it went down? That's how you can manage which workers go where. You can prioritize certain jobs, and you
S minus
can
plus,
deprioritize if you click on the minus.
Yeah,
For
you can
example,
fire all
click on
your
the
clerks
minus.
right now.
Yeah, you can fire the farmers too.
Yeah, you can fire anybody.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but it's an example, and this
Like
is
later-
not a real game.
Like later
But
on,
I can't
when
add
you
them anywhere else
don't-
because I don't have any other available jobs.
Exactly. But if you want to make sure
Ah.
that, hey, I
Alright.
don't really want farmers, but I'm currently replacing them, you
Okay.
just
Like,
deprioritize
okay,
them.
and yeah, reprioritize all your clicks real quick. There's another trick you can use.
Go up, it says
click
restore
the
jobs.
click click the plus, or click restore jobs. Then also works.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Exit out of that like menu thing, like exit out of the worker menu thing. All right, click on the clerk icon.
It prioritizes it.
Favoriting.
Yeah.
Now it always tries to have that one filled, and even if there are specialist jobs available, they will not
move the
swap
clerks.
away from the clerk job
Yeah.
because you prioritize.
So
that
I would
one.
probably want to prioritize research.
Yeah.
Not really. In
Yeah.
early game, you don't really
Okay,
want to prioritize as much.
Because
Like-
there's okay, that makes sense.
A really like good use for this in the early game is like when you are like starting to like build a lot of research labs, you're gonna start up cannibalizing your worker jobs, and you ended up like not being able to fill all of them. So you want to focus on what's most important, and so that usually is either energy or minerals. Usually more energy, but like.
Okay,
you can
so like if this
click-
kind of stuff happens, then it'll be like, oh hey, actually I need
Yeah.
I need less farmers, and I need to put those bitches on, you know.
and you
Yeah,
can
okay,
either
but
do it
and
that
Oh,
way
it's
kinda-
or you
automatically doing it. Okay.
You can
Or just
kind of
click the miners
ignore
job,
this
and that'll, like, do a
micro
decent job.
early game. You can kind of ignore the micro early game. It doesn't matter as much.
Early in doesn't matter. Yeah, but see, my problem is obviously like in the mid game. I could understand
that's
why
when
like
you can
early
do it
game
like
doing any of this is almost meaningless because your pops are already full and you've all available jobs are occupied. Like that definitely makes sense. But as you start pushing to that mid game where all of this is chaotic.
Wait, go back a second to Planet Summary.
Yeah.
I just realized we skipped something. Go to features.
Oh, features, yeah.
That's the planetary
yeah.
features. That there is a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah.
You see the sprawling slums?
I've been
It's a
been
free
clearing
fall.
these. Yeah. Yeah, this is something I learned fairly quickly. That it's like as long as I clear that, I get a free pop, and then clearing these just gives just increases
Just gives you
jobs.
a
I
bit of
think.
space.
Oh
It
no,
just
no,
gives you a bit of space.
Unlock
that's what it
district.
was. Yeah,
You
it
see
was
how they're
districts,
laid
not
out?
jobs. Yeah, it was districts, not jobs. That was my
If-
bad.
If you like run out of
also-
space, or like if you, all right. So hold on. Do you know how to open your console or whatever?
Oh yeah. And
That
I
one
guess
here.
not.
Symbol.
Tilde.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not working.
Tilde. Okay. Well,
Is it
anyways.
control
It's
tilde?
not
Is
shift
it alt tilde?
tilde.
Is it shift tilde?
Okay.
I
Okay.
guess
I
not.
know a better way. Start queuing your city districts, and just like queue up a whole bunch of city districts real quick.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah, he's in Iron Man. He's in
just like-
Iron Man
Okay.
mode.
Okay. Look. On the outliner, look at the outliner. Look at that planet. On the outliner.
What does that mean?
There's like a symbol to the right of that like orange square with like a few with a few like lines over it, like on the
Orange.
outliner. Like
On the
to
right,
your right.
do you see that tab on the right?
This?
Screen? No.
Oh,
on the
over
right
here,
of the
over
screen.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see.
That's the outline.
clearable
That's where you see
blockers.
sectors. That's where you see
Yes,
planets, that's
yes.
where you see
I've been seeing those symbols,
Okay.
and that's how I know how to that I have something to clear, and then I know when there's unemployment and when there's an available building. I use those symbols a lot. Yeah,
And,
Yeah,
that's called the outliner, I think.
and
But
on shipyards, I
when-
see that shit all the time. Yeah.
when that symbol shows up, that means that either you're completely out of space for something, or that means that a blocker is hindering your pop growth because like it's there, and you like if you clear it, your pop growth will increase, and that is like around the time you want to either build a city district or clear that blocker.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Since we're still on the planets, let's go to the third funny tab.
Yeah.
Armies.
I feel like we're just like bombarding with you with information.
Trust me,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be able to handle this because realistically, what you guys are doing, you're bombarding me with this information. But I know what the
It's already done
important
half of
information
it.
is, and I already know like all the basics. If you had tried telling me this when I first opened the game, I would have told you to get Ben. But luckily, I've
It's
got
already a few.
yeah, I've got like 20 hours in the
What is
game now.
good
So
Yeah.
yeah, so like but,
knows RTS.
Oh yeah, I'm a big RTS gamer, so a lot of this shit just comes to second nature. So
this concept should be like there for like any game.
Yeah,
Let's
right?
finish with the whole planets thing.
Yeah, definitely. So
Uh,
jobs, I guess, the only thing I need to worry about here is when it comes to like the mid game, just reassigning pops to different jobs, and that's
Yeah,
pretty
kind
much it.
of. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll have to get to
Usually-
that more as I see it available.
Usually, it's to get rid of the clerks. Usually.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes it's to get rid of the enforcers. Oh, there
Yeah,
is a way to
and
like automate
also-
that. You can
Yeah.
automate that.
Oh really?
That
so
is a
press
fun
Z,
trick.
Press Z.
Z?
Press Z.
Yeah, that's the
Uh,
hotkey.
Oh god, you're already going with hotkeys. I hate teaching hotkeys.
Well, Z
Okay.
Z pulls
They're
me to
not
this
that
menu.
hard to teach.
I just hate it.
Okay, so then you see where planet automation
Yeah, then you see the
is?
planetary automation. You see like that.
Gear.
You see like that
Yeah.
gear next to planetary automation.
Press. Yeah. So
And then
that
see,
shows you
like,
like
what
if you have
got automated
automation.
and whatnot. Pretty much, it's useless for anything but crime.
So like you can press hold down control and then click through every like check mark to uncheck it except for crime. Except for crime.
Okay, so yeah,
Just
get rid of all
uncheck
these and then
all
only
ones.
check crime.
Yeah, and that basically will unemploy or employ your enforcers depending on if you have enough crime for the enforcers to like prevent something bad from happening.
I also like this one where it just automatically clears blockers for me. I guess like that's something I
something
Not a
can.
bad one.
That sometimes like just like burns energy.
Yeah, I would obviously that's not something I would want to do
It's
right
not
off the
best.
bat. But if my energy was doing really well, then I could just always have this bitch enabled, and then
Yeah.
whenever I have the technology done, it just does it for me.
Yeah.
Because Lord knows
Yeah.
I'm gonna forget.
That is a thing you can do, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Building slots
usually
enables
at that
construction of
point,
new building
forget.
slots. Definitely no. Go fuck yourself. Housing. Definitely no. Pop assembly.
You should
Never-
probably like do that stuff
No.
manually.
Manually.
Rare resources,
Okay.
you should do that. Rare resources, no.
100%.
Not
Yep.
rare
Do it manually.
Amenities and overbuilds amenities, so don't.
Yep. Automatically
Okay,
upgrade buildings. I kind of like that.
It can mess up your rare
That
strategic.
can
But
also
I do
burn-
also get a symbol on the side when I need to upgrade something, so I guess I could just do that myself. That's not a huge
not
deal.
always.
Yes. Not
Not
always.
always.
Oh,
Not
really?
always.
Oh, okay.
It only gives
Not
for the
always.
capital building.
Okay, toxic.
The first building
Uh,
is the only one that says, "Hey, you can upgrade."
Basically, anything that like actually builds buildings, that's how automation works.
Yeah,
Designation.
What
Designation,
HR blades?
if you like really get like infuriated at the game, maybe turn it on. But that is like what?
HR just said something true in the chat that the only time you actually use automation for something good is either crime or when you're fucking around just relaxing or when you have way too many planets to manage.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna put it automatically.
So-
if you have like
Godspeed and Godspeed.
So I actually learned
Just-
that my friend, who I'm going to be playing up against, he does planet automation and he does ship automation. He lets all that do like automatically. He never touches
okay,
it.
Oh,
ship automation
God.
sucks.
Ship
No,
automation.
don't even-
Depends.
don't worry
Depends
about
on how he
That's an
does it.
understatement.
Depends on how he
Yeah.
does it. Depends on how he does it. It can be good, but depends on how he does it.
Yeah, he says he doesn't do ship design. He doesn't do planets. So like he just kind of lets all this shit
Oh,
automate.
God.
Well,
Oh,
okay, so that means he's not that great of a player.
God,
not that good.
he is
I
not.
thought he
good
meant
at
it
this
the
game.
other way. No, oh god.
Because I think he told me one day he looked into like planet summary and population and he tried to understand. He said that's too much. Automate, and then he just never touched it ever again.
Okay, well then that's not a great player. So
What?
yeah, we might
Yeah.
not have to like
You've
be
got
there
to
for
be
many
fair.
We might not have to sweat as much as we.
Yeah,
originally
that's what I'm
thought.
saying. I don't think we have to
Yeah,
go
I
as
thought you were
hard.
like going up against some kind of like unknown tournament.
No,
player.
no. He's got 1,300 hours in the game, so he's played a ton.
Just-
But I
no,
guarantee you, he is not that good.
Listen.
Imagine
If he
watches
doesn't
all your
change the
videos.
shape,
True.
the shapes. If he doesn't change the shapes, I don't care about the planet automation. If
He doesn't change the
shapes,
Well,
he
then you're
dies.
just
He dies. Straight up. He
Yeah.
can have a much larger navy than you.
Yeah, I would
You're
love
just
to
gonna
understand
counter
ship
him
design a
hard.
little better for sure. That's next after
Ship
planets here.
designs
Tower
are king
is-
in this game.
He's gonna get so frustrated.
can
Also,
mislead you. Fleet power can
HR
mislead you.
HR is also saying the truth. You can predict the auto ships, so you can counter easily.
Heard that. Okay. Okay, cool. So this kind of makes sense. Planet automation, really the only thing I'm going to worry about is crime. Automate the crime, and that I assume that just switches up jobs and then takes the jobs off of enforcers when crime is good again.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
I love that. That's
pretty
super kick-ass. Super
let's-
kick-ass.
Okay, go to decisions for a second. Let's finish with everything that.
Decisions. I know about distribute luxury goods. I do like this a lot. I don't understand any of the others, but I use this one all the time.
Declare population controls is a meme, unless
Okay.
you straight up don't have any more planets.
Okay.
Really don't do that.
Okay, heard that.
Scroll down. Is there anything like useful? There's nothing there except for distribute luxury goods. That's really useful.
Oh no, there's a few like
Um,
when the market is established and you want your capital
yeah.
to be the one to be
Yeah.
selected for the cheaper trading.
Yeah, but right now you don't have
Soil
anything.
remediation
But
also,
sometimes they can come up.
for when a planet does bleak.
Oh yeah, go to armies now. Let's finish with the planets.
Oh yeah,
real
armies.
fast.
Yeah,
This
cool.
is where you see your armies. You usually don't really care as much about armies in this game.
I have barely worried about them. I think
I'm
the
not sure,
only
like,
time armies
getting
came up is
invaded
when I
or
was
at risk
in.
of getting invaded.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever worried about armies or assault armies was when I was invading or about to get it. That was the only time I thought about it.
Yeah.
People
So-
usually only end up building clone armies because they're cheaper and faster to build. And like that's
Sounds
something
about
you
right.
get relatively fast.
Do I
Um,
need to worry about assigning a general to my?
No.
only
No,
for when you're
absolutely not.
attacking
Never,
Fallen
actually.
Empire and stuff like that, or you're in an MP game. Apart from that, no, you
But
don't need to care
If
about
you
it.
want to
Or
put
you're getting
and- general on your, put a general on your assault army sometimes,
On this
um,
point.
but never on defense armies.
Okay.
Honestly, like actually never, because like that general can end up just like straight up dying as soon as the like an army is destroyed via orbital bombardment.
Okay, heard
Okay.
that.
There is a little meme that people don't
and
really
if you-
remember, is that you can upgrade your general to the point that he yoinks pops when he invades a planet.
Oh really?
Yes.
Yeah, there's also a Paragon that does that.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
funny. Okay, heard that. That's wild.
Yeah, it steals
Okay,
like
go to
1/3 of their
holdings.
pop.
Let's finish with this.
Oh yeah, holdings. Yep.
That one is for when you're an overlord. When you have subjects, you can build the special buildings. Depends on what you want to do.
So-
Usually, you just want to build the one that gives you a bit extra loyalty.
Is this
It
when I
also
have things like
works-
vassals?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Holdings
also
are
works
basically
if-
just like buildings other empires have on your planets that give some kind of bonus to both themselves and like maybe the planet.
It's when I've got
Awesome.
bitches. All right, hell
Okay,
yeah.
But you don't
They
have the
something interesting in
DLC.
there.
You don't have the DLC, but that's also where you do the whole Megacorp.
The
stuff
Overlord and
your-
Megacorp DLC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those
Okay.
those are the ones that make holdings like matter more.
Oh, okay. Heard that. Heard that. Cool. All right.
Like
Eventually,
you're
one
an
day.
independent empire, you don't even have to check your empire's holdings unless you have like a megacorp.
Unless you're
Okay,
fighting
and
machines.
one last thing of the planet
Mhm.
before we forget. The governor.
Oh yeah,
you
governor.
can-
Yeah, yeah.
You have three possible types of governor: scientist, the normal one, and a military governor. Military governor, I will only recommend it if it's a slave planet, because
Okay.
it's the only one that gives the straight up bonuses to slaves.
Oh, okay.
The scientist guy, it's for your research planet, and then you'll want the normal one because.
Would
it's the
you
one that
suggest
gives-
then, right off the bat, that my governor of my home planet should be a scientist?
No, because you want your early scientists to be better advisors than governors.
Okay.
So they can give the.
And they
flat
should be under
10%.
scientists because that
Yes. They also, if they are a
Gives you
governor,
so
they
much more
cannot
experience.
be on a science ship.
if they're on a science ship, that just like levels them up way quicker. And like maybe in the mid game, that is when you want to start to think like maybe I should put a scientist on one of my research worlds
I will recommend.
once they're already high
to-
level.
Something I will recommend to do is to have a governor that is not part of the advisor government. I forgot the name, but it's for your capital, so it only has bonuses for planets, so it makes your capital better,
That's
and
a
every single
paradox.
other one for the sectors.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
that's a
you want-
galactic paragons things, but
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that's a galactic.
Yeah,
It feels like it's something should be
if
in the
it's
base
not
game.
paragons, you can like you just like put governors on your planets. Paragons makes everything like way stronger in terms of leaders. But like,
Okay, so
what
right
you're
now,
doing
governors
now,
are
you
probably
don't
not
really
too big of a
have to
deal.
care.
Oh, okay. But once I get the Paragon DLC, it's gonna matter a whole lot more.
Yeah.
Okay,
But,
okay.
Yeah. You can just put like a governor on every single sector, basically, up to your capacity, and then like maybe on your planets in some cases. Yeah. Basically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what. You usually put one per sector unless you have the main planet sector being a normal one, but then you also have a research planet in that sector mid-game. Then you put a researcher there, but if not, you only want one per sector.
There's a whole bunch of like advanced garbage which I don't even like fully optimize yet. So like,
Yeah.
Okay, heard that. Is there, like, out of curiosity, is there any advantage to having someone like the Crown Prince as being a governor? Like, is there any big advantage there?
Yes, the crown princes
Absolutely
and
not.
rulers like that can only get traits that add for advisors. They cannot get planetary traits. Same time, they cannot get, if it's a general or an admiral, it cannot get traits that are for the ships. It only gets traits for the advisory
council.
council.
So really, you don't.
Basically, the crown prince is usually a free advisor for that specific trait that he is. And you usually always want him on the console so he gets experience for when he becomes a ruler.
Okay, heard that. So, yeah, so what it sounds like is governors really don't worry about him too much. There's a couple of specifics, but otherwise it's
one
not a big
there.
deal.
Yeah. But you should always try to maintain at least the one in your main, in the capital.
Okay.
For that sector.
Try to maintain a governor there. If only reason I would want to have research is if it was a big research planet, but he's better off on a science ship. Only time I want to do a general is if it's a slave planet, and then an official is probably the
Official is
better.
just the default.
Yeah. Okay.
Default is just the best for almost
thanks,
everything.
Bean.
Yeah.
This is the only barbecue sauce.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Can I have a little dish to place barbecue sausage? Thank you so much. I love you. Nice butt. Okay.
If you want to learn about the ships and all of that, I will actually recommend you to start another game that is not an Iron Man game, so we can use cheats and get research.
Oh yeah,
so
sure,
we can
sure.
better explain it.
Yeah. Okay, solid. Here, hang tight. Exit to menu. New game. Yeah, these guys go.
Whichever. Make sure to remove the
Turn off
Iron
Iron
Man.
Man. It should be in general settings.
General.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Go down.
I gotta go up. There we go. Enabled. Disabled.
Done.
Boom.
So, hold on, I need to like check.
Don't judge me, Blade. Sheesh. You're always such a judger. Okay. Alright, so I should go to ship design, fleet management, ship design,
Oh wait, hold on.
tilde key.
First unlock the tech.
What?
Research.
Research every technology, establish communications with every empire, and max out your resources.
I don't know how to do that.
Open
Press the
the ship
tilde.
menu.
Tilda.
Yep.
Quick access.
Research.
Quick access.
Yeah, scroll down.
Finish. Sorry.
Finish
Yeah.
research.
There's the max.
Yep.
No, finish research. No.
No.
Research
That
all
just
tech.
finishes your current research.
Yes, research
Yeah.
all tech.
Boom. Done.
And then
Max
press
resources?
Max resources.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I can't.
It's the second one.
Good resources.
There it is. Boom.
Yep, communications, which is the fourth one.
Boom.
Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Okay. Let it go for a
That's
few
your
days.
testing environment. All right.
Okay, then we do the flooding.
That's it. Haha, losers. All right.
Okay, pause it again.
Pause. Fleet management, ship designer. Okay.
Now you have available all your possible ships. That's the first button you want to click. Very good.
Oh yeah, I did everything. Oh,
Okay, let's go through every single
Holy
ship type
shit,
and what
yeah.
they usually do.
we're gonna worry about that one later.
Corvette.
Alright, Corvette.
That's the first type of ship you get.
Yep,
Some
yep.
people say that the first thing that you should put are only missiles. Only other people say that you should have
They're
2
weird.
different designs, one for all lasers and all for all kinetic, and you mix them in one.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Hold on.
You mix
I
them.
actually know the best early game one. We're one of the best.
Yeah,
So,
but I mean, like,
Hold on,
earlier
hold on,
when you
hold on,
research
hold on.
everything.
I don't care what the best thing is. All I want to know is why I would build each one of them.
Yes.
That's all I care
Okay.
about.
Click on one of the slots for the weapons. Okay, select the gamma lasers and put them. Select the missiles and also put them, and select the guns and put them. That's how we see the benefits of which one.
These are the three basic types, right? This is normally the what? The red
No.
laser, and this is normally the missiles, and this is normally the what is it?
Yes.
Smash
The
Driver.
yeah, kinetic. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay, the reason why you pick one over
You're one
the
better.
other is the bonuses that you see are either on green or red. For example, lasers don't do any real damage to shields. Mine's 50% damage. To
It's just
shields,
armor
but
and
they're
hull
really good
damage.
against they're really good against armor, and once you get the hull, it's over.
Okay.
Missiles, they ignore shields.
Yeah, they just go straight through. They hit the armor and the hull.
Yeah, they hit the armor and then the hull, and then it's over.
But here, okay, mouse over the missile real quick. You see the missile has its own stats. It has hull points. It has armor. It has evasion and speed.
I see that,
Because
yeah.
The missile is a projectile that can be shot
They
down.
can shot down. Yes, 100%. I remember because there were point defenses they could take it out.
Yeah, so that is another weakness of missiles. But they also have a very high range. That is another good thing about missiles.
Yes, the first thing I see launching every time a combat starts. Yeah.
Yeah. It also matters the range of each weapon, but right now we're only focusing on the bonuses, so you'll understand what each weapon does. I'll go to the third one.
Oh, someone wants to be dragged in, by the way. I think.
Okay. I think it's a logo. Okay. If you go to the gauss, you see that is a kinetic. That one only works against shields. When it gets to the hull, it does normal damage, but you don't want as many kinetic weapons unless your enemy is heavily using shields.
Okay. So if I'm up against an enemy where I see they have a bunch of just shields, then these are really good. Otherwise, I probably really only want missiles or lasers.
If you're using
No.
lasers, you also need kinetics to get rid of the shields.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
so
Okay.
like a decent one would be like 2 gamma lasers and 1 Gauss cannon.
Yes, that's the one I
Yeah.
used earlier.
Except,
Yeah, that-
I think I should
Lasers
point out
on
that
kinetic.
Generally good.
PDs are. Do I need to point out that PDs
That's-
are really strong early game?
Yeah, but we can just like stick to like the general concept instead
So-
of like that.
It's more beneficial to have like not a lot of shield damage.
Yeah, so
Yes.
because
Because
shields
even
are
if-
not as common, and like
Not
they
only
don't make up as much of a ship's HP as
Okay.
armor and hull.
Okay, so
Yes.
you like it's really good to have like just like maybe one thing that deals shield damage and then the rest is
Yeah.
just kind of like hull or armor.
And then that'll just average out to just doing damage to everything. Pretty
Oh,
well.
okay.
Yeah. And like, yeah. Another thing is that if you look at the ranges, like it's slightly better to have the things that are good against shield shoot first.
Oh, I see. So I would actually kind of want this to be I would want this to be up front.
Well, no,
Not really.
that's not how it works. So-
We're not talking
No,
about
no,
that,
yeah.
but you get the
What
idea,
is
but in the wrong
what shoots
concept.
first is determined by range.
Oh, okay. So like its position on the ship really doesn't matter.
Its position on ship,
No.
yeah, it's just
No.
it's just basically a single point. They're all
Oh,
on
okay.
a single point.
Oh, okay.
rendered.
If we're getting to the
Different.
turbo specifics, sometimes it matters, but that's like really like niche meta
Oh
stuff.
God, please don't get into
Yeah,
that.
don't even think about
Yeah, I won't worry about it. I won't worry about it. Yeah.
don't even think
Don't
about it.
dare start with that one.
Yeah,
I swear to God.
There's a thing about like firing arcs. It doesn't apply
Oh.
to these weapons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we are. Okay, go to base disruptors and put them on. Put the plasma. No, on the
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Actual weapons. Okay.
Phase
Base
disruptor,
disruptors and plasma cannons.
plasma cannon,
And put the laser. Put
Oh.
the laser third.
and the laser. Okay.
Yes, we're gonna compare. Okay, you see the disruptors? What they do? They ignore shield and armor. That's why people say that they're really good for corvettes. Because if you do a corvette swarm of disruptors,
Yeah.
they will make the other ships go away. They will not kill it most of the times, but they will make the ships retreat, and you will technically speaking win that battle. They will completely do direct damage to hull, and that will force the ship to go away because a ship dies when the hull goes to 0.
Yeah. So like what's good about disruptors is that like okay, think about like your average ship. Your average ship is gonna be like maybe 1/3 hull, maybe like over 1/3 armor, and a bit less than 1/3 shield. The phase disruptor has maybe about like half the DPS of like everything else, or like a bit more than half, but it only has to destroy 1/3 of the ship's like actual HP for it to die. So basically, it just shreds the other ship. As
Yes.
like
Yep.
yeah, you only
So
have
that's the
like
benefit
maybe if
of
like a ship has
disruptors.
like 1,000 health but only like 250 hull. It only has to kill 250 hull, where every other weapon would have to kill 1,000 total HP.
Okay,
But keep
that
in
makes
mind-
sense.
Keep in mind, it will not get to that point because the ship will usually just retreat before that happens.
Ah, okay.
You will not
Yeah.
kill the ship. You will force it to retreat.
Yeah, it'll
That's
like,
why you use no retreat.
it'll kill some and land. A lot of them will retreat
No
versus other
retreat.
weapons that just do. Other weapons
they'll-
they do just a bunch of damage in one hit, and
Yeah.
that can sometimes like catch the ship off guard, and it does not retreat, and then
Okay.
it dies.
Okay,
The
go
thing
to
about-
plasma. Do you see that that is also
That is just a more
energy
extreme
cancellation?
gamma laser.
Yes and no. It the debate between plasma and lasers is funny, but that's like the alternatives to lasers.
Like plasma
It-
has more damage, but lasers have more range.
Yeah,
Yes, and there's also the cost that is different. And
Okay.
The energy upkeep, I think it was. It's a whole debate, but it's like the alternative.
Okay, so like if
It's like
they're fairly similar. Yeah, I see that.
If-
Okay.
yeah. So you can like mix plasma, lasers, and like kinetic.
The biggest
Basically.
problem that people have with the plasma usually, as you can see, is the both accuracy and the cooldown. That's the DPS is higher even though the damage is lower. And it's like it becomes a funny debate because then it's plasma are completely useless against shields.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, that makes sense.
Lasers is not as useless against shields.
It's still useless,
It's
but
a
not as
whole
useless.
debate.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's a whole debate.
Okay.
It's really funny to see it,
Alright.
but it's the alternative.
Can we move on to intercept? Click on the interceptor thing.
Picket ship.
Yeah, picket ship. You see that picket slot? Okay. Flak artillery and guardian point defense. Guardian point defense is basically lasers, but they're PD. And
Point
flak
defense
artillery,
against missiles.
yeah, and it kills missiles really good.
This is what
Flak
really threw
artillery?
me off was because I was reading these
And
these
it does
descriptions.
more.
It said it was like I remember like the first one I saw for like point defense. It said it was really good against missiles and interceptors, and then artillery, the flak artillery, said it was good against missiles and interceptors. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah,
So
one is
flak
more
artillery.
specialized than the other.
flak is really only too great for like attacking like hangar slots, like ships that have fighters. Whereas
Yeah.
like I mostly
Yeah.
use point defense because you want to prevent missiles.
Yeah, from killing you. There's a
You
very
can
fun
put them in
thing.
corvettes.
Okay, so look at flak artillery. Okay, put flak artillery on there.
Yep, hold on, hold on.
Oh, you're gonna tell him the funny. I hate it. No, why?
And then put Gauss cannons on the small slot.
The sight of the nanite,
Yeah.
the
So,
nanite flak batteries giving
As
me
you see, the flak artillery has more DPS than the Gauss cannon. So you can put that, instead of putting like having 3 small slots, you can put flak artillery or a barrier point defense on your Corvette, and then like have some like laser or like.
The problem with the flag
kinetic
is
attack.
that it both
Yeah.
sucks and it has low range, and it's not as good against missiles. That is the Guardian Potent defense. So
That's
most people would
the
recommend.
that's the auto generated design. Oh, that's the auto generated design.
Yeah, that's
So,
that.
yeah.
That's
You're
the
virtually
auto-generated
immune to the
design.
auto-generated design.
I will admit, the flak
The
does help
auto-generated
with the,
design, you're pretty much immune to.
Oh,
Okay,
okay, so
so-
like auto-generated ships, if I'm just using this, it pretty much just nullifies them?
Okay, so
No,
against
you
an
are having
auto generated
right now the
Corvette,
auto-generated.
put on Guardian point defense,
Okay.
and then 2 Gauss
Missile.
cannon, 1 Gauss cannon and 1 laser, I think, or just even
Yeah.
2 Gauss cannons.
I
But
like to
this-
put missiles in that one for the
that,
range.
that's a good looking pickup. I usually go
Um,
interceptors though.
No, if you
Don't-
put
don't do that,
missiles,
don't.
you only put missiles.
Yeah, but that's,
Okay,
you either
And
go
then-
all in with missiles or none.
and then
Okay.
put all armor.
Really?
Yeah, because the auto generated ship design is like 2 missiles and 1 coil gun, which the missiles skip shields and the coil guns destroy shields. So, but the coil gun is weak against armor. So, if you have something like this, you will do far better against an auto generated design.
Although
Huh.
if you're playing with like real people, chances are they'll make their own
Yeah.
designs,
Yeah.
and
If
this usually
If
doesn't
you
Friend
have
is a
like
real
real people,
person.
then you want to like do something like flak and then
Your
lasers.
friend is not real.
Yeah,
Your friend is
your
not
friend is
real.
auto generated, basically.
So what you're saying is this design right here would fuck him up?
I mean,
If it's
it will.
Corvette versus
if-
Corvette, yes.
If your friend has like, I don't know, 20 Corvettes, and you pull out like 10 to 15 of them, you have a decent chance of win. Or like you might just straight up like ruin them.
Okay, so...
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't combat test, so I wouldn't know.
Heard that.
you
Well,
for a
that's
second
just- this
click
is
and
just the idea.
filter. Can you for a second go back to the shields and armor
Yeah.
and click on hide obsolete components? Okay, select
nice.
the better shield, but not the dark matter one.
The hyper shield.
So go down.
yeah, scroll down to the hyper shields.
Hyper shields?
Hyper
Okay.
shield, yeah.
Let's see what you have.
Let's compare shields and armor. Remove 1 armor, so we only have 1 of each.
Okay. Oh,
You see that shields have a base lower than armors?
Yeah, it's 220 versus 290.
However, they
But
regenerate
they
passively,
regenerate.
whereas armor doesn't.
Ah, okay.
It's also armor is more costly.
And
Alloy based.
shields take the power usage out, and that's what those reactors were for.
It is recommended to put in the A for Corvettes afterburners.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they're faster and they reach your opponents like much better.
I've been told that for
Yeah,
sure.
If you look,
A slots are like really powerful on your ships, so you need to make sure to use them wisely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would generally try to avoid using reactor boosters unless you really need it.
Okay.
go to the right and look at the components on the right. On the right.
Oh, these, yeah.
Okay. That one, the first one, is the energy reactors that they will use. You usually use the best one available you have. Unless it's the dark matter one, then that one you only use it for higher level shield types. Ship types.
Okay.
Because it costs dark matter and you don't really want to spend dark matter on
Yeah,
Corvettes.
that's so expensive. Don't
Heard
don't
that,
do that.
Yeah.
Okay, go to the second one. Those are the jump drives. Those are the ones that makes your 1 disengagement and 2 jumping between systems faster. When you get to the jump drive, you can also jump between systems.
Oh, that's the one that
I don't
allows you
know
to
if
just
you-
like fucking yeet to like one system without using a
Yes.
hyperlane.
The normal hyperdrives,
The one that
like,
you're
accelerate,
using
like,
right
hyperlane
now
traffic.
is the one that uses the psych, like the ones that go the
Psionic
psychic
Ascension.
path, psionic ascension.
Oh,
so
okay.
you usually don't have that one unless you're going psionic.
Jump drives are really good for getting past like fortresses and like really strong defense systems.
To meme
Although-
and
Yeah, that would
capital.
piss me off if that happened. Oh my god.
But
Yeah.
but
The
here's a bit.
penalty
If you
drives
jump,
is
it gives
after
you.
you
But
jump,
it
they have a penalty, and they only have a certain
Last-
range.
Mmm.
it has range. And for 200 days, it makes your ships do 50% less damage.
Oh, holy
And they
shit.
also
Okay.
Makes it 50% slower, which is like, in some cases, that
That's-
can just like completely screw you.
Yes.
Mmm.
Yes. The real problem is not the damage. The real problem is the speed.
Pretty much, if you use them, you can't be jumping into an enemy fleet.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's really good to know. Because
Very
that was
careful about
exactly
that.
what would have made me upset eat spaghetti. So, heard that. That's cool.
Okay, let's go to the following one. The impulse thrusters.
That gives you
same
speed
thing
and
as-
evasion.
Same thing as the energy. For corvettes, you do not use the dark matter one. But you use the best one available then.
Okay, yeah, because all it's doing is increasing the
Uh,
speed and your chance to evade. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Chance to fade
Speed
can
is
only go
really,
to 90%,
really good.
so it
Wait,
doesn't
dark
really
matter
matter.
gives you 125% up. Okay,
Yes, it's
honest.
that good.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's
Like,
fucking insane. Yeah.
Like,
the
if
chance
you-
to evade can only go
if there's
up to
one thing,
90%.
actually,
What?
if there's one thing to put dark matter on, it's the flutters. Speed is so good because you can just like react so quickly, and in battles, that means you can either stay out of range of your enemy or get in range of your enemy, depending on like
But you
what
don't want to use them in
you're going
corvettes.
for.
Again, in corvettes, it's just a waste of. Okay, let's go to the next one. Sensors. Those are funny to explain. Basically, it makes it so the ship can see farther away.
like on your hyperlane map.
Yeah, hyperlane maps, it can see farther away into the systems.
Pretty much,
You usually go with the higher up.
Pretty much,
because
think
you
of it
want
as
your
the-
ships to see what's ahead, if there is any navy nearby, or if there is any sectors that have defenses
Makes
and
sense.
stuff like that.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It doesn't use as
Yeah.
much energy, so you usually keep the maximum available.
Wow, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
If
for
you
the
have
last
like
one,
low sensors, for example,
Oh, this is a
like,
fun
someone
one.
could like see your
Oh
fleet.
wait,
and
actually,
then, like,
can we like before we go to the last one, switch to like a cruiser. Switch to a cruiser.
Okay.
oh, true. Okay, go to a cruiser.
Yeah.
Go to
Jeez.
the last. Okay,
and
go
now
to the
click on
last
that
one.
like brain thing on the bottom,
Oh, this?
like the last one.
Yes.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Ooh, they changed it. Okay.
Okay, those are for every single type of ship that that ship type can use. You see that it has carrier, go down, artillery, line, continue going down, picket, and the last one is torpedo for the cruiser. Each type of interface makes the ship act differently in battle and gives different bonuses. For example, torpedo is only good if you're using torpedoes in that ship, but it makes it like really good, but it will go like really close combats. The carrier will be only good if you have carriers or the
The hangers.
Yeah, hangers.
Yeah.
It
It will
has
try to stay as far away as possible, so only the hangars are active in combat. For the next one, artillery
Artillery,
is the base one that people use normally, because it has range and fire rate. It will also try to stay as far away as possible from the enemy. And then the other one is the picket or the line one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, line and picket, they kind of act the same thing. Line is when you... What people use line for is usually they put in the cruisers, depending on the strat they're using. So the cruiser is in like a medium range.
whenever you're
And-
trying to brawl, basically.
Yes, when you're trying to sacrifice those ships instead of sacrificing the battleships, for example.
Or if you're like running all cruiser, you just like go in, like Go into close range.
Um,
Shoot everything.
Yes, the picket
Picket-
is when
yeah.
you're using point defense. So they
Something-
intercept missiles and airplanes, basically.
Yeah, go ahead, local.
So-
Go ahead.
If you go back to the line computer, there's something called chance to hit. Chance to hit is very good. Essentially, chance to hit kind of like ignores like evasion and gives you like extra chances to hit the enemy.
Wait, no,
So
no,
for, like-
don't look at the prignative. Look at the red one.
Oh,
No,
okay.
look at the yellow one. Actually, look at the
Oh,
yellow one.
okay.
Look at the yellow one. I'll explain why in a second. Okay,
Yeah,
continue
but
explaining.
essentially like chance to hit gives you like extra times to hit the enemy. So like even if a Corvette has like 90% evasion, like to hit the chance to hit 10 will like turn that basically into an 80% evasion, which is really good.
Okay, so it directly affects the percentage, not like a flat number.
Yeah,
Okay.
But no.
you cannot decrease an enemy's chance to hit.
Okay.
Okay, the reason why I told you not to look at the red or the I one is because the red one is for empires that are able to use robots and synthetics, for example. And those are sapient combat computers. They require a dangerous tech, that's the name, to unlock it. And the other one is the psionic one that is reserved only for
With Utopia,
empires that have
you
psionic
can
aggression.
you can go like the entire game without rolling once. It's so
Yeah.
RNG.
You usually stay in the yellows ones.
Okay.
That's normal, that's fine. Those are the base ones, it doesn't really matter.
But-
Advanced is the standard that people use.
Okay. If
The
you
other
look
ones are
at
more
the
advanced.
bonuses like ship fire rate plus 10, that is pretty significant. So if that comes up in tech, that can be a priority. So
But again, you usually use the artillery or the carrier if it's a carrier one.
another thing about Picket is a very non-aggressive ship behavior. It will not try to advance generally, and so it can sometimes like screw you over, like when you're like running a brawling setup. You need to get in close, but sometimes it will just like not.
Yeah, it will
So,
try to
yeah.
stay there but not there. It's a weird combination.
Yeah, it'll just stay like around where your ships already are.
It's so
I think that's my understanding of it.
No,
So
it stays at a middle range of combat, but it's not the most efficient place to be at a lot of the times because it's not defending the advanced line from the missiles. And it doesn't matter to defend the battleships from the missiles if they're at the back, because the missiles will be focusing on the corvettes and the other ships. So Picket is a weird pick. It's
Yeah.
so strange to use Picket.
I don't use that.
Yeah, people don't really use Picket because it has a weird behavior that people don't like.
Should we give
If
like
you're
a
brawling, go with line.
should we give
I
like
usually
a
just go artillery.
should
Okay,
we give like
let's.
should we give like
should
a
we go
general overview on like what each kind of like what each ship size is good for?
Yeah, right now we just went to corvettes, but when we went to cruisers, so we have more options to explain. Go back to corvette for a second. Click on the brain again. The ones that you usually want to use in corvettes is the swarm one.
Yeah.
You don't really want to use the picket one because it will try to stay at middle range. That's not the best for corvettes. The swarm will make it so the corvette just goes straight up next to the ships and starts firing as fast as possible.
How early are these things available?
Your
pretty
time.
green
early.
one? The
There's
green
no
one?
computer.
You can get it as early as your first tech.
Oh, really? Okay. I must have just been like not noticing these. I honestly didn't even know that there were buttons over here that I could apply. Like I didn't know these existed.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
every technology has like a symbol next to it. Like I know for like the physics tech, like it's a computer. Like there's like I forget all the types, but ship AI have like a computer icon. So like if you pick like more computer texts, then like it's more likely they'll show up.
Yeah, a Blade is saying something true in the chat that for the combat normal, the green one, you can get it in like really, the first stack, it really depends on your luck and how fast you really want it.
Heard that.
But
Yeah.
for the advanced one, if you get it in the first 3 years, you're fine. If not, it's a meh. But like, it's a mid-game tech. I think it's a tier 3 tech, or I think it's a tier 3.
So
I
what
think it's
what
tier
these are sounding like is this mostly just modifying the way your ship behaves in combat.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's really
Yeah.
all it's doing.
Pretty much think of it as your orders.
Okay, yeah, so I'm like, it's just a base order. Hey, all corvettes, what I want you to be doing is swarming. I want you to charge straight at the enemy and try to deal as much damage as possible.
Wait, Blade just corrected me. It's a tier 2.
Okay. But, like, the reason I don't want to do picket is because they stay further back, and that's not really the job of corvettes.
Exactly.
Okay,
Corvettes should always be on swarm.
that makes
You don't
sense.
really
Okay.
want picket. You don't want picket corvettes.
Yeah, see,
It
I
doesn't
didn't.
make
Yeah, I definitely didn't need the specifics. That part was all I needed for sure. Okay,
Oh,
cool.
wait, no,
So,
Powder just corrected again. I was right. It's a tier 3 tech.
oh, is it really?
Yeah. Yeah, I checked on the wiki.
Oh, I was right at the beginning.
Yeah.
HR Blade did missing
Yeah,
information.
maybe-
Get shit on, Blade.
Okay. What next? Frigates or destroyers?
Let's go.
Oh,
Frigates. Let's
Okay,
go.
hold on. I know
That's a fun
I'm
one.
supposed to be skipping frigates because they're ass.
No, that's not true. That's
No,
not true.
well,
That's not- That's not true.
That's
Frigates
what
have
everyone has
different
said.
role than,
Everybody has told me to
every
skip
other
frigates.
kind of ship.
That's not true. They're lying to you.
Okay.
frigates are a gray area. Like it's
They're
situational.
weird. They-
Okay.
So
The main
Frigates-
benefit of a frigate is the torpedo. Go to the G
Okay.
and just put devastator torpedoes. You don't want neutral launchers. You want devastator. Okay, look at the bonus it gives. Ignore shield. Does a lot of damage to the armor, but the real bonus is the one at the bottom that says this weapon deals additional multiplier damage based on the size of the ship. So if you're fighting battleships and you manage to get those ships next to the battleships, they will wreck the battleships.
Yeah, what is the- Okay, it will do 9 times the damage. So when you're fighting a battleship, it says its DPS is 10.19, but its actual DPS is like about 90.
Holy shit.
And if you're fighting
okay.
a Titan, it's like 170.
Oh my
So
god.
it's-
Now, why people might have
Yeah.
said that they suck kind of early game because you're fighting corvettes and destroyers. So the damage they do is not as high as it could be, but they're not useless. They're also really good against stations.
I have fought frigate fleets before, and it was surprising how well they did.
Yes, but they do not suck. Okay.
Uh,
Also, why people think they suck, go to the
You
A.
should put cloaking on them.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. A.
Oh.
Does he have cloak?
We should just like
Oh, that's
go
a
through all of
DLC.
them right now.
Fuck. Okay. Since you don't have that DLC that gives cloaking, you should just put advanced afterburners so they go fast.
Yeah. Maybe the
afterburners,
artillery will be
yeah.
our final lesson. Be the final part.
Oh yeah, also, HR Blade saying something true. Your friend does automatic ship construction, so frigates might be even better to know.
Oh really?
Because if he's doing a lot of battleships that are default construction type, they will not be able to counter a frigate swarm.
Torpedoes.
Oh.
Or you could just do torpedo cruisers.
Fair
Oh, I
enough.
don't really
Torpedoes
like
can
that.
also be
That's-
put on cruisers.
Yeah, okay, but they're
Okay.
not there yet.
Can we just like go there like just real quick because we're on the subject of torpedoes.
Okay, fine.
Okay, click on cruiser. Click on cruiser real
okay.
quick. Yeah.
The broadside core?
It's like this segment. Yeah.
Oh, the segment like
Click on
artillery
broad-
bow or something?
No, the second
Yeah.
one.
Oh,
It's
broadside
like, yeah,
core?
the first
Okay.
one also changes. Torpedo
Yeah.
core.
Torpedo core.
Yeah, but look at the hangar.
We're explaining
Yeah.
torpedoes.
Also swap your artillery.
I mean, there are
bow.
many different cruiser designs, so you can use hangars, you can use torpedoes, you could use neither. I mean, they all have their uses.
And you can use both at once.
But if
Yeah.
you're using torpedoes, the rest of your weapons should be missiles, so they go well with the torpedoes. You don't
Battleships
want
have
to
a lot
mix
of
and match
hangars.
type of
Fuck yeah.
types of damage.
Yeah.
So if you
Missiles
have
will
a lot
also
of
just.
weapons that just ignore shield, you don't want a weapon that does enough that
I've
like
also seen
does a lot of damage
disruptors
to
be
shield.
used with torpedoes. That is an alternative, but
Yes.
missiles are
Right.
uniquely pretty good
Good.
because
Yes.
they go along with torpedoes because they can also be shot down. So if your enemy is running point defense, they will shoot down missiles and torpedoes instead of just your torpedoes.
Except you can't
Also-
shoot down neutron torpedoes.
Yeah.
Neutral launchers, I will not recommend you to use them in the torpedo slot because one, put one put one in the torpedo core and then put one devastator right next to it,
Oh, here, I'll just do that. Yeah.
so we can compare. Okay, look at what it does. Shield penetration, armor damage. Boom, it cannot penetrate shield. So it kind of goes against the whole thing.
Yeah.
Neutral launchers are more situational. Before they used to be king, but right now are more situational. And maybe later we can explain you when it's better used, but it's usually for defense in certain sectors.
Okay.
Basically,
so-
it's an artillery weapon that is on a G slot.
It sounds like the only time I want to use
Yeah.
torpedoes is if I'm up against really big targets.
Yes.
Up against big targets.
Which is
Exactly.
what it sounds like your friend's gonna be using.
Okay, so yeah, these are David Stones.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty
Okay.
much.
Solid.
Then let's go to destroyers because they're next on the list. We kind of skipped them. So destroyers are pretty fun. They're the next tech over corvettes.
They have a bit more versatility.
Yes. They have a lot of more of S slots, so they can have more shields and more armor. I will swap the picket ship stem for the other available option. That is the
Interceptors.
interceptors. For the simple reason that it has 2 A slots.
Oh.
And that is more speed. That
That
gives
is
you more speed. That can.
Or if you're that kind
you-
of player, you can also put the one that regenerates the armor and hull.
Okay.
Regenerative war tissue.
Yes, I feel like people overlook that one a lot. It could be really good for like long campaigns that are not near borders.
Okay, super quick. Hold on. Between interceptor and picket ship, I think I'm starting to understand what all these mean. This is showing that it's got 3 small utility slots for, like, you know, shield and hull, and it's got 1 A slot for a component, like a really nice one, and then it's got 3 small weapon slots. But this picket ship design has 1 picket slot? Is that what that's
Yeah.
supposed to represent?
Yeah, basically.
And then... And picket
2
slot
more
is really
balls.
only good if I need it to be taking care of things like missiles and interceptors.
Yeah. It also, it does like more DPS than a small slot. So
Okay, so this is overall better. Is there any reason why I would want to go full interceptor? Is it just because if you wanted to go like full missiles, that's like the only
If you
reason you
want
want an
to go-
interceptor?
Or disruptors. Missiles or
disruptors.
disruptors.
Which one are
Yeah,
disruptors? These,
they,
okay.
They can be like so good that they have been banned in competitive tournaments.
God damn, okay.
Yeah.
They're-
So
they're
like,
so
but you're not in a competitive tournament. So.
True. Okay, so
Wait, they have an easy counter. Click on A
Yeah.
for a second.
click what?
On A.
A?
On the
Okay.
A slot. Shield hardener. Put whichever.
Shell hardener?
hardener.
Okay.
Put a
Explain
shield. Put a shield
Okay. Oh wait.
on the S slot. On the
Oh,
so
that's
they-
right. I'm a dumbass. Here you go.
Okay. Do you see how you have shields and all that very fun stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Now, normally the disruptors will ignore the shields, but because you have the shield hardener, it will make it so it ignores up to a certain point. The rest needs to go through the shield, meaning that it makes the disruptors less efficient. That usually
Interesting.
you only put it on battleship or cruisers because they have more A slots that are more valuable. You don't want them to retreat as fast. But if you know your enemy is doing a full cruiser spam with phase disruptors, you just put a shield hardener or the armor hardener, and just negate all the bonuses he has.
Okay, heard that. Okay, so, but realistically, from what it sounds like, when I'm making an interceptor, probably what I'm really only worried about is making, like, a full missile corvette, and then probably, like, a picket ship with a point defense, and then what it sounds like was a laser and a gun?
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Mixing point defense with like just
So
lasers.
I guess what this would look like in the early game would be something like this.
Kind of. I don't really like that design because of aesthetics, but yeah.
I mean, what would you change about these? Would you make just both of them lasers or both of them coil mass drivers?
I usually don't go pick it. But
Okay.
That's preferential.
It's probably not
It's preferential.
necessary to go pick it. Is that what you're saying?
Against
AI
Harder
loves
than
missiles, and it's really good when you're attacking, so you don't suffer the consequences of when you're fighting against missiles. But at the same time, I don't care as much.
Okay.
One thing that Blade said that is true is that the armor hardeners are better than the shield hardeners, for the simple fact that you have more armor than you have shields.
I know what I was being told right off the bat was to go 2 shields and 1 armor.
It's better to, because technically speaking it's cheaper, but I like going 1 shield, 2 armors, because it gives more armor than shields. But it's technically speaking cheaper to go 2 shields, 1 armor. It's legitimately something based on cost that you're doing the math.
Okay, it's just a cost thing.
It also depends on who you're fighting against. If you're fighting a crisis, you might want to change your ship designs to match the one of the crisis. So you counter.
if you know your
PvE,
enemy's templates.
you swap it depending on your enemy.
Local, I don't think I have access to Juggernauts. I don't have the Apocalypse DLC. Wait, yes, I do have a Juggernaut. Never mind. We'll get there.
Oh,
We'll get there, I imagine.
The one that is Apocalypse DLC only is the Planet Destroyer, the Planet Annihilator. The Planet
Oh, okay,
Annihilator.
okay. I thought there was like a big ship that was only... that must be what it is.
No, the Juggernauts is Utopia.
God damn, yeah, this thing. Alright, well, I'll get to that in a second. That is fucking disgusting.
They suck.
They suck? No!
I'll explain why later.
Look at all those
actually.
hangar slots. It's got to be the best ship in the game. Anyways, Corvettes.
You're gonna okay.
It's a lot of
If you
power,
like it-
but
A lot of power
you can only
they
have one
cost
in
them,
this flow.
but the real reason why they suck is because when you're trying to build more ships and you click and automatically, like you click on reinforce all, the goddamn Juggernaut would try to build the ships, but they will be way slower than than the rest of the places. So that's why I hate it and never build it.
Oh, okay, okay. That makes sense.
If there was a way that I could turn that off, I will always build it for the meme. But because you cannot, I hate it with passion.
Okay, so, all right. I think that kind of covers the Corvette part that I'm confused about. I know there's a lot of different ship designs, but from what it sounds like, is the only. Could you get the fuck out of the way? How often would you say I'm using plasma cannons and phase disruptors?
Plasma cannons, they're basically an alternative to lasers.
Okay, it's just an
So,
alternative to a
if-
laser. Heard that.
So if you like plasma, if you like the way it like shreds hull, use it. Also, if your enemy is running mostly or like entirely armor, use plasma.
Okay, but
Yeah,
this
and
is
then-
for lasers or anti-hull damage.
Yeah. Phase. Okay, disrupt.
All in armor.
Okay,
All
yeah.
in armor.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I was moving on too quick. But disruptors, you basically, if you use disruptors, you use only disruptors.
Okay, if I want to use disruptors, only disruptors.
Yes, because they are the only type of weapon that both bypasses armor and shield. Missiles only bypass shield.
Okay,
And
so that's very specific to that. Missiles, it just penetrates
No
shields.
penetration. Yes, they also have a
if
lot
you
of range.
use missiles, generally you should probably be using only missiles.
So like having an intercept that is full missiles is good.
Yes.
Well, it is a design. I don't use it.
It's a design. Not a lot of people use it, but it's a
Oh,
design.
okay. It's a design, but not okay. Fair enough. All right, fuck you,
Not really,
missile
like,
ship. Okay,
Let's go to destroyers now because
hold
we're getting limited
on.
by
I'm
the
still
time
a
thing.
little confused on these guys. I want to make sure I have this ship memorized so I understand what their uses are. The mass drivers or the coil guns, that is really good against shield damage. If someone has a lot of shields, I want to use a mass driver or a Gauss cannon or a railgun, coil gun, whatever. What
Kinetic, just say kinetic. It's a type of weapon. Just say kinetic.
Okay, a kinetic type weapon. Awesome. What the hell are autocannons for?
I hate them. They are very, very close range kinetic that do a
Yes.
lot of damage.
Yes.
I
Would-
don't like them.
Okay, so I was gonna say, like, would there be any reason of picking these over the other one?
If you
Yes.
want to scare the AI,
Yes.
That's it?
They're fun to mess up your numbers and for our uses.
yeah. Okay.
But the real
if you
reason
look
is
like
for what he said.
okay, that is doing 78 damage per second. That will massively inflate your fleet power,
But it will suck.
but it will it will lose to anything of equivalent fleet power.
Oh, okay. So it's the big truck syndrome.
Yes.
It's basically a paper tiger, and the AI will freak out and say, "Oh my god,
It will never
please
attack
let me
you.
be your
It will not
vassals."
attack you.
Yeah.
They'll say, "Oh my god, it's a tiger," but in reality, it's literally made of paper.
Yeah.
Okay. So probably not using them very often. How do we feel about these standard kinetic weapons, though?
Mix them with lasers, and you'll be fine.
So kinetic weapons and laser weapons combined make a really effective ship.
Yeah.
Now, what is the ratio that's usually good? Is it? Remember last time we talked about it was like one thing that deals with shield, and then two things that deal with hull is really good.
Yeah. You want slightly more slots dedicated to lasers than kinetic, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
So energy-based weapons really good at taking care of a hull, so I'll probably want more of them. Something that deals damage to shields will just less.
I need to reconnect. Can you move it back to PC once I reconnect?
Oh yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Someone's also.
Oh
there.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, he's gone again.
Okay. I think everyone's back.
Splash left us again. It's alright. If I see him pop up again, I'll pull him back in.
Okay.
Okay, so alright, that kind of makes sense. I think I understand. Lasers, hull damage, kinetic weapons versus shields. Just forget missiles exist. Plasma cannons are an alternative to lasers, and then disruptors. If I'm gonna go disruptors, go full disruptors.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think I understand. Frigates. The only reason I'd be using frigates is for torpedoes. And it sounds like torpedoes, the only reason I'm using torpedoes is to take care of really big ships.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never said that they suck. Ignore them at the game.
Okay, so torpedoes good late game.
No,
Yeah.
mid to late game.
Yeah. Mid.
Okay, yeah.
Once you have people with cruisers and battleships, yeah.
Okay, once they start having cruisers and
Suddenly
battleships, torpedoes actually have a
frigates
use.
can be in play. Yeah.
Okay. And they really only have the one slot, nice and easy. And as for the secondary weapon, should I be going
Missile.
missiles?
Yeah.
Yes. The trick is to have the missiles there. So if they have point defense systems, it is the missile that will get intercepted instead of the torpedo.
Oh.
But the missile does almost no damage, and the torpedo does all the damage.
I see.
Yes,
Okay,
but
so
the
this is the
missile
distraction.
will make sure that the torpedo gets there.
The missile is the pawn, and the torpedoes are the queen.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Light work. That makes sense. And there's only one type of frigate, and that's the only reason I'd ever use a frigate. So okay. Destroyers. This is where things get a little crazy for me. There's 3 different styles here. That's obviously 2 small weapons, 1 medium weapon, 1 picket, 2 small, 1 large.
Okay, do you see the
Picket is
medium
not
and
a
large?
range for this one. So just
Medium
don't worry.
and large weapons do more damage than small weapons.
They're just upgraded versions of these ones. They're just larger.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one large is 2 mediums, and 1 medium is
2 smalls.
basically.
Oh, okay. So it's like double. It's 100% more effective.
And and also the larger slots generally have longer range.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But they
they
still
don't-
fill the same roles.
Yeah. But they also have a slightly less tracking. So if a large slot will do really good against the battleship, but maybe not as good against the corvette. Whereas a
destroyers.
small slot,
Okay.
whereas a small slot will do very well against the corvette, but maybe it will not do as much damage versus the battleship.
So if I'm dealing with Corvette spam, then doing something like this is just going to be better overall. But if I'm dealing with larger ships, maybe this is the play.
Yeah.
The way I like to build my destroyers, put in the destroyer bow for a second, the artillery bow for a second.
The what?
The first bow. Change the bow.
Oh, okay.
Put the first one, the gunship. And now change the picket.
Local, read what I have to say on missiles.
Picket ship's
Okay,
10.
hold on. One second. Swarmers is tier 3, blah, blah, blah. They can only fit on M slots. That makes them even more for cruisers.
Yeah. That we're gonna get there in the cruiser.
Okay, cool.
class. I
Yeah.
don't know. Yeah. But what you're saying? Yeah,
Okay,
is very
change the
important.
picket stem.
Yeah, picket. Yeah.
Put the interceptor.
Okay, so there's 2 picket slots, 2 small slots, 1 medium slot.
Yeah, but
Yes,
also
I'm gonna show
mention
you
it.
why. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the medium, select the medium slot that you have
Oh yeah.
and put missiles, but the ones that are
The Swarmer missile.
yeah, the armor.
Oh.
Those are just missiles, but for medium slots.
Yes. They
And they
also
have-
act
Interesting.
differently.
High health,
Because
they do
they-
damage.
Like there are
have high
a
range.
bunch of missiles.
I remember seeing
There are
these
a bunch
before
of
and I didn't know
smaller
where I could
missiles.
find them. Okay, so they're just a bunch of regular missiles. It's just a cluster
Right.
of them.
It's rendered as one projectile, but what it basically means it has very high HP.
Okay,
missile.
so it's a lot harder to get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And then for the S slots, you put all missiles.
Yeah.
And then
And-
for the A slots, you put speed.
Okay, that's interesting. So you just like throw in some afterburners, and it just makes this
Yes.
a super fast missile ship, I guess.
Yeah.
Change
Check
the
your
brain.
computer.
Change the brain
Yeah.
computer, yeah.
The
And put
what?
in artillery. The brain computer.
Oh, this.
Yes, put in the artillery.
Oh.
So
Okay.
it tries to stay at the max available range that it can fire, so it will keep retreating once the enemy advance.
So it'll stay way at the edge and just unleash salvos of missiles all the time.
Yes. The reason why this one is good is because it has a lot of speed. It's available early game, and it can deal with corvettes too, because missiles are good against corvettes.
Okay, so this
The
bitch
reason
just
why-
shreds. Okay.
The reason why you want the interceptors for the small slots instead of the one medium is because then you can put 2 A slots for speed instead of only 1.
Okay, that makes sense. So that
No,
it's
that's
just
not the
better
old-
able to utilize missiles, is what it seems like.
Yeah, missiles are really good, but if your enemy has counters against missiles, then this design is kind of useless. But at the same time, it's not as useless as you will think because it just shoots so many missiles. It kind of overwhelms the point defense system.
Okay, I heard that. Okay, interesting.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
What have you moved?
Over ship designs right now.
Scope?
Oh yeah, bro. Oh yeah, there's a
That's
lot here.
That's a basic destroyer design. It's not
Okay.
the best. It's not
But
the worst. It's just
Hiding
one
missile
that people like.
archetype is really common.
The reason that you're doing that though is to just overwhelm your enemy with missiles. That's the reason you're doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stay out of range as
Yeah.
well.
It stays out of range. Just continuously throws salvo after salvo, and it has more range than the corvettes. So when you're fighting corvettes, it will stay out of range. It will,
Okay.
because it has 2 A slots for speed, it will stay out of range for longer,
Okay.
and it will continuously destroy them. So even if the enemy has more ship power, and the advantage, you're just gonna do so much damage for longer without him doing any type of damage.
Okay.
So that advantage is initially gone.
Okay. That makes sense. Swarmers generally can't be matched by point defense. Okay, that's fair. Now, I assume the only other reasons I would go for a picket ship bow or an artillery bow is I would go for an artillery bow if I was up against a lot of large ships and I needed something to counter them. And then picket ship only reason I would go this is if they had like, I guess the opposite effect is where they had a lot of things that would stop missiles. Then I would pick this up. Or interceptors.
Yes and no. The problem with that idea is that you kind of want destroyers to deal with smaller stuff to medium, rather to dealing with the big boys.
Yeah.
Because to deal with the big boys, you have the frigates and you have big boys too. Like,
so
Yeah,
if I want to deal with
battleships
big
fighting
boys,
battleships, for
that's when I
example.
want the frigate with the fucking torpedoes and the what was the other thing?
Cruiser
Missiles. The
torpedoes.
missiles.
Yes, but the real objective of the destroyers is to protect cruisers and destroyers.
So okay, so this is the backline protector.
Yeah, basically.
What was I
Okay.
looking at? Yeah, but make sure the weapons are like actually good.
But for the backside spot, I should just okay, I think I would understand why to use each one of these.
Yes.
Now, out of curiosity, what is the overall reason of not just doing like that? Like just having 2 swarmer missile slots.
Because if you use the 2
You're
swarmer
missing the
missile
afterburner
slots,
slot.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
okay.
the reason why.
That's
you
why.
miss that
Okay.
extra speed, make the design better.
Okay. Would this be an okay design if maybe within the fleet I had a lot of front line that was kind of in front of it?
I mean, kind of.
Makes
It
frontline
depends.
big.
I guess front lines really don't matter as much. You can't literally stop a ship in space and just fly over you. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Okay, cool. That makes sense. I understand. Cruisers.
Okay. That missile boat works well with cruisers as well. I think it's honestly probably the best with cruisers. So change your artillery bow real quick.
Heard that.
And
Artillery bow. Yeah. Okay.
switch that to broadside bow.
Ooh, 2 M's. Okay.
Yeah. And now put swarm missiles on every single M slot you have.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh yes, this is the
Yeah, 1, 2,
missile
3,
cruiser
4,
he's
5
doing.
missiles.
And then the last one is S, all
Yeah,
missiles.
You can either you can just put more Marauder missiles. No, keep it a gunship for the third base
The
one.
gunship for the speed.
Yeah. It's like even more worth it because you already have 5 missiles. You don't need a 6th swarmer.
I was gonna say like, yeah, why not go a 6 swarmer? Yeah.
Because of the extra A slot.
Yeah, the
It seems
extra
like
A slots.
so-
Yep.
It's a stupid thing to notice, but the A slot can be
It's
more
so good.
important than the weapon slot.
Yeah, that's what Local was saying too. Never give up A slots. Okay, heard that.
Yeah.
And then full afterburners. And this can be like utterly hilarious. You have 3 afterburners by the way. So you'll be going pretty fast.
Yeah.
and-
Holy shit.
yeah. As sometimes it can be like hilarious, just like seeing your ships like fly away from your enemy, and they're just like raining.
Just raining
yeah.
hellfire. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay.
And everybody's
you're
like
won-
in the middle, and they don't
if
know
you're
what to do.
wondering, if you're wondering how to counter that one, then you want to swap the first one for the one that has a hanger. The second one.
Oh
also
yeah,
the
no,
one-
I'm a big hanger guy for sure because God, I love my strike crafts. And this comes with 2 picket spots, so I assume 2 point defenses is great on this.
Yes. Yes.
One defense or like.
And then
Yeah.
I'm assuming for this guy, probably. I mean, this is probably like the layout I would go if I want to do a hanger ship.
You can even like keep on swimmer missiles because the chances
Yeah.
are they'll keep on firing, and
Or
the swimmer
you can go
missiles,
for
they work. They
a
work well
night.
with hangers.
They just keep shooting.
This is the
Yeah, because there's
better-
so much to try to stop.
Yes. You can also sometimes swap it for the larger slot,
the large slot.
and
Kinetic.
and yeah, I can. But the large, we're gonna show you another type of weapon you haven't seen yet. It's a big.
Oh, this
kinetic
one?
artillery.
Oh
Yes.
wow, okay.
This is
It has
just
a lot of range.
very long
holy
range, lots of
shit,
damage,
yeah.
and you kill shield, and it's just like the very good kinetic.
I
It's
would want to
basically the
give.
weapon that is going to shoot first.
Would I do this one then? Would I do the carrier or the artillery chip?
Carrier.
Alright.
Carrier. Okay.
You want carriers to stay at the back so they can continue doing the funny thing.
With
Yeah.
bigger ships, I would prioritize hull regeneration and or a chance to hit. Don't focus on speed when it's about big ships.
Okay, that is true, except for the missile cruiser.
Yeah, I guess if you're running the missile cruiser, I guess that makes sense. But in this case, if I'm running like a hangar cruiser and with like an
Then you
artillery
want-
bow,
Then you want at least one for region. That is
get like the regenerative hull tissue.
Yes. And then depending on what the enemy is doing, you can either go speed, because the speed is never bad, or you can go armor or shield hardener. But armor hardener tends to be better than shield hardener, because armor is better than shield.
Okay.
But why is armor better than shield? Because you have more armor than you have shield.
Yeah, because those slots give you more.
Yes, and with the region, it also negates the fact that armor now regenerates too.
Okay, yeah, that
So
makes
they
sense.
can stay in battle longer, kind of. But the real bonus is when they stop fighting, they will slowly start regenerating.
Out of curiosity, the back slot then, would I just want to throw in like some swarmer missiles?
No, you usually want to have the most available A slots.
Oh, that's right. All A
No matter-
slots,
No
yeah.
matter what.
Yeah, no matter what,
Yeah,
go A
yeah.
slots for sure.
It might seem like counterintuitive. Oh, but I can have a better weapon. Doesn't matter. A slot is
A
better.
slot, yeah, because the utility that you're pulling out of this
It
is
will
just much
serve
more
you
worth.
so much better.
Yes.
Yeah.
And while they're saying it's true, speed is not as important in bigger ships. You don't want your bigger ships to be too slow, because they might not be able to regenerate the enemy, or they might not be able to escape certain situations
If
that they
I
might be able
did-
to otherwise.
If I did something like this, would that work?
Sometimes
Don't want hardening unless you know your enemy is using bypass.
bypass. Yes,
Okay.
shield hardening is good against missiles and
Wait,
against
hold
the disruptors, but it's not as
actually
good as it can be.
Wouldn't even recommend you to put shield hardening on missiles because it'll just like the missiles will just hit the armor. If you're using missiles, just like drop the shields, like drop most of your shield and put armor. But if you're using disruptors, that is when you want hardening.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. If you know that your enemy is going full missiles, don't use shields, but all armor.
Are all these the same? Reactive armor, are these all just the same?
No.
Reactive armor is armor hardening.
Yeah.
But okay, and then so
Living
living
reactive
reactive
armor.
armor, is that better than the other one?
That's
Yes,
just very
but
hard.
it's
Yes.
way
Way more
it requires
expensive.
strategic resources.
Oh, okay. Here, out of curiosity, what's the expenditure here?
Living metal is far more difficult to come by than
You
regular.
never
Yeah,
want to
goddamn.
misuse the living armor. Living armor is such a rare and scarce resource that you don't want to use it for
But like,
armor
is
hardening.
this build good?
Not
No,
really.
remove the armor hardening.
Remove the armor hardening. Okay.
I will put a speed. I will put a speed.
Hardening is only existing to counter disruptors.
That's the only reason
Yes.
I'd use it is to describe. Okay.
Yes.
Is there anything else in here that works?
Auxiliary
fire
Some people
control
put the
increases-
shield capacitor when they're fighting certain crises. But aside from that, I will always recommend having 2 speeds on one region.
Get extra chance to hit with A slot? What gives...
Auxiliary fire control.
Artillery computers. But it's not as... it's debatable to put that on.
Okay.
Since if you need more chance to
I generally
hit,
don't, but that could work.
yeah, if you're dealing with a Corvette swarm, then it's your hangars, the ones that will do the most damage, and they don't need chance to hit because they have 100% one.
Oh,
or
really?
2.
Okay.
You also need smaller ships to deal with that kind of stuff, like destroyers at that point, and destroyers don't need chance to hit.
Yeah, no,
I'd
that's
say
true.
auxiliary fire control and shield capacitors. Those 2 are like more of the brute force, like A slots. They just like increase your damage or like increase your health respectively.
Uh-huh.
And so like if you're running like battleships that are just like meant to brawl or cruisers that are just meant to brawl and you don't care about speed, which is like weird, like then you could put them on.
Okay. But I guess in the back here with this like type, if I like, because I obviously love Strikecraft, I'm a big Strikecraft fan. Would I then just go, I guess, missiles?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
probably.
decent.
Yeah.
Or is there anything else here that would make sense?
You could also put
No,
down
missiles are good. Missiles are good
Because it's staying at the back.
It,
Okay.
Also, look at
it's
the...
in range. It'll do some shit
accuracy.
damage.
If it
Look-
hits, it will hit 100% with the missile.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Seriously, 100%. The tracking is not the best, but at the same time, again, you don't want your cruisers to be the ones defending themselves. You want smaller ships to defend the cruisers. But you can have cruisers to defend themselves. It's a bit weird. But the rule of thumb is that you want smaller ships defending from smaller ships and having the bigger ships dealing with the bigger ships.
Okay.
That's like usually the baseline. Then you can kind of manage and mix and match stuff until you have the best configuration for you.
By the way,
But
the
again-
autocannons, they're still good-ish on close quarter ships. The range will be abysmally short, though.
Autocannon suck. No, I will disagree. Autocannon suck.
Okay.
The range is so small
auto-
that I will only use them for corvettes, but if you use them for corvettes, they're better options.
And its damage versus armor is just abysmal. So
Okay, heard
Yes.
that. Fair enough, fair enough.
it will
Um,
just stall and die against armor.
Okay, cool. Alright, well, that part makes sense. Alright, cool. Cruisers. I have
Also,
a good
in
idea for
MP,
cruiser design.
Especially in MP, they suck even more because people tend to have more armor than normal a lot of the times. So they just suck even more on MP.
Makes sense. Alright, battleships. God, these things
Oh,
are cool.
this is where the fun begins. Okay, battleships, you could have more hangars. Let's begin with that one.
Oh, yes! Let's go!
I know you can... This is the first time you're actually seeing the X slot, but let's ignore that one for a second.
Another
just
hangar
make-
slot! Let's go! Huge.
One thing that you're missing... Oh yeah, you don't have that DLC, never mind.
What
I was gonna
DLC?
say you're missing the other strike type, but I remember that's
Oh, no.
behind another
That's
DLC.
not even-
Stella?
Talk about Archie attack.
Yeah, let's talk.
Oh,
Arc Attack.
the driller Archie attack.
I'm sure he'll love that one once he gets it, but
Yeah, that's beyond a medium. So whirlwinds.
But let's be honest, you can 90% of the time ignore Archie attack because who
nah. You only use Arc Attack. I don't know what you're saying.
So, I
You
mean,
can actually
my...
spare the minor artifacts, so.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Just get that one origin that makes you start on there.
Then you're just voiding your origin in exchange for minor artifacts.
Yes, it's the only thing that matters.
No,
It's a
it's
very
not.
crazy build. It's not
It's
really
crazy.
good, but it's really funny to see.
It's so funny to have your battleships just filled with archetypes. It's so funny.
I mean, a better idea might just be use crisis ships. If you don't
Nah,
use
that's
Archie attack.
boring. Everyone uses Crisis anyways.
Not everybody.
Yeah,
Also, that's behind another type of DLC. It's not the same DLC.
don't even think about it. Okay. Back to battleships. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, my immediate thought was just to do this. If I was playing like, you know, a hangar or like, you know, a strikecraft style build, this would look good.
Weapon
Yeah,
type,
that's not
yes.
bad. That's not bad at all.
Hell
But
yeah.
you need to remember to change the computer type and the
Oh
A
yeah,
slot,
to
'cause
yeah,
the A
change
slot
that to
you
carrier.
selected. The A slots you selected, please don't.
Oh, I was just trying to compare them. I was just looking at them, because I was trying to see if they were all the same type or if they were
No.
different.
The first ones, they give more shield. So that works great against certain type of crisis that don't do a lot of shield damage. So that's when you want to run all shields to deal with those crises.
Okay.
But
To counter that crisis in specific. But then you don't need shield hardening for those crises because they don't bypass the shield. So you defend with shield, you kind of ignore armor. And you also change the weapons to counter that type of crisis.
Oh, okay.
That's when you use the shield capacitors.
So for like something like this, I would probably throw in a single afterburner. Oops, fuck. A single afterburner, probably the regenerative hull tissue. Oh, fuck, go away. God damn it. And then probably the fire control?
I don't know about fire
No,
control.
the fire
No,
control
okay.
is not a good pick. Like I said,
Or
the
like an
chance to hit
afterburner.
is not that
More-
good in bigger ships.
Dude, you could not get nanites in an actual game in realistic quantities that it would actually be feasible to use them on ships.
Oh yeah, that's a
That's
really
true.
rare
That's
resource,
true.
huh?
That's
So
Don't
nanites-
use silly
I
slots.
don't know,
Right there.
afterburner generally.
You don't have the DLC that makes nanites fully more available.
Okay.
That is the machine age with
That's
the
locked behind
nanite.
Genesis, though.
Fire control is
Yeah.
better with artillery. Okay. I guess, yeah, that makes sense.
So you would want 2 afterburners, 1 repair.
yes.
2 afterburners.
With this
okay.
kind of ships, you do want to kind of make him not as slow, not speed, just not as slow.
Not as this is just making up the difference.
Yes.
Partially.
You don't want
to like stall for some time, and it'll still like do reasonably well in holding off rolling builds.
Okay.
This
But
ship,
otherwise,
unironically, can
this looks
counter
fun.
corvettes. The ship can counter corvettes, by the way.
That's an understatement.
Oh my gosh, these have a lot of options. Holy fuck.
Okay, let's ignore the middle section and go to the first one again.
Okay, first one. Oh yeah, the X slot.
The X slot.
I heard
yes.
these are silly slots is what they're being renamed as. Silly slots.
Really? What do you mean they're great? They're
I-
amazing.
I mean, that basically stands for extra large.
What the fuck? A lance?
Yes, look at what it does.
Insane.
That's
It sucks
basically your
against shield.
laser.
Yes, it sucks against shield, but you can put then a lot of kinetics. That's kind of the threat for that one, but at the same time, that's not a great one. The arc emitter.
That's a
It's
disruptor.
that's a kind of disruptor. Goes great with more missiles or disruptors.
That's
and
an
it's a
artillery
really-
disruptor, by the way, which is unique to it.
It's a really fun one to use.
I was gonna
and
say it does
if you don't
look
know
like
which
the
one to
same.
use, I would recommend that one.
Okay.
And then the Giga Cannon is kind of a meme to use. I will not recommend it.
It looks
Unless
like it's just
you're
a
going with-
really fat
Hold
artillery.
on. Yeah,
Unless,
it's just-
unless again, you're dealing with certain types of crisis or certain types of players.
Hold on.
But against
What you
AI,
can
I
also
will not
do
use
is
it.
combine Giga Cannon with large lasers.
Yeah, this right here, this
That
is
is
what I'm
true.
feeling.
No.
Full
I will die.
artillery!
It will die to
People
shit.
are
Genetic
just going to spam. People are just going to spam or run you and shred you.
Yeah, but it just looks so fun. Okay, anyways, moving
Yeah,
on.
it looks so
Um,
funny.
Just a bunch of big cannons. That seems fun. Anyways,
Yeah, usually the good ones is either the arc emitter or the Tycoon lance, depending on your situation. But if you're dealing with a player and you know what it's using, you can change to a Giga Cannon. Or if you're dealing with a crisis, you can swap to a Giga Cannon to counter the crisis. But it depends on the crisis again.
I feel like if you go full artillery with the Giga Cannon, you should just be able to shoot into nearby systems.
No. That would just be a bad idea for multiple reasons.
I don't know.
It'd be
I
so
don't know
fun.
if I don't know if
Trust me.
this is behind a DLC or not.
Just
But
start
there is a
pelting
slot.
nearby systems. This is so fucking
No,
wild.
you're gonna love this.
Trust
Hold
me.
up, hold up. There's an A slot that I don't know if it's behind a DLC or not. That is basically a trash compactor that makes planetary bombardment faster.
Oh, that's the
Basically, it's
Carabinier
most trash.
DLC.
It sucks. It's the worst A slot you can pick, but also it's super funny to think about it.
That's fun. Heard that. Okay, so I guess that's what that would be used for. I guess I can understand the purposes of all these. That makes sense, but I think for me, just as a player, I'm probably gonna just focus the hangar one every time. Throw in some
Because you
swarmer
like them
missiles.
aesthetically, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Because I just love
Against
strike
AI,
craft.
it doesn't really matter what you choose. As
Yeah,
long
because
as
they're
it-
all shit. Yeah.
as long as the weapons you use combine with each other, it doesn't really matter.
So this is, I guess, the
It's
only
AI.
reason I would pick the hangar core over the other one is just because I would want like that. I guess.
Yes.
It's not really worth it, I think.
Oh, really? Okay. Like, if I want to go, like, a hanger, I should just go with the double hanger?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Do not let your friend know that. True, true. I will not tell him that I like Strikecraft a lot. Okay, he doesn't know how to use the ship design system anyways. What the fuck's he gonna do?
I mean, I don't think your friend's very good at the game, then.
I think he's gonna get absolutely
Yeah, when-
shapoopy dutied on.
When you started saying that he plays so many hours, I was like, oh, he may be one of the top players. And then you said, oh, he just autoed the planet. It's like, maybe he just doesn't like that aspect of the game, but he's good. And they said, he autos the ships too. And I was like, maybe he's just automatically constructing them. And then you said, oh no, it's the ship design. And it's like, it's not a good play.
Yeah, he just doesn't touch the ship design. He said he just doesn't touch it. I was talking to Christian last night about it, and Christian was like, on the phone with him and like, trying to like learn a whole bunch about Stellaris. And yeah, so my friend just said, oh no, actually when it comes to ship design, yeah, I don't even touch it. I have that shit auto designed. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
And
so
that's just what he told him.
You know the debates that are, oh, what is the first tradition? How do you manage the planet? How do you manage? You think those are debates that happens in the community? The real debates that happens are ship designs, because ship designs are king in this game.
When I heard auto ships, it was worse than my reaction to Christian's research. Oh, poor Christian.
So true.
Yeah, Time Splash, were you there for that when we were playing last night and everyone was like, hey, Grim, you don't have a lot of research. I was at 400, but he was at 58.
I almost died when that happened.
My poor boy. My poor boy.
I think it's just called you're going to get outscaled in literally any lobby. By literally anybody.
I was surprised he even unlocked cruisers. Like, when he told me he'd unlock cruisers, I was like, how?
That's so funny.
Probably through a research agreement with you.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because
Wait,
there's-
we still
there's-
haven't finished the ship types.
Oh, yeah,
anymore.
yeah,
I
shit.
don't know.
yeah, there's Titans and Colossus.
It doesn't have Titans. That's behind the DLC. That's
Oh.
behind Apocalypse.
Defense platform, I
Those
pretty much just
are
go hangar
not-
stations every time.
Yes and no.
I think that hangars is probably the most efficient use, but you're probably gonna want other things too, like
Okay.
Do you know?
missiles.
Okay. Do you know that I said that there's moments when neutron launchers are really good? This is one of those
That's one of
moments. If you have a pulsar star chokehold,
Oh, yeah, the
you can
pulsar
put
stars.
there. You can put a station there to defend, and then instead of putting hangars, you put missile station sections with the G slots, and then you put there the neutron launchers, because they in the neutron stars shield is denied to 100%. The neutrons do so much damage. It's not even funny.
Okay, so you're saying, like, when I have a chokehold on one of those, like, crazy-looking stars that look really badass, that I should be using
Sure.
torpedoes?
Neutron
neutron
torpedoes.
launchers.
Oh,
Because-
these, yeah.
Yeah, because
Yes,
they've
because
got good
then-
range.
Because not only has good range, it also has the funny thing that in that system, shield is nullified. So the counter to that thing does not exist. So look at the damage it can do.
Oh, okay.
Your neutron launchers used to be better, but they're still good.
Neutron
that, okay.
launchers used to be
I
the
also will
one
point
thing
out-
that you always used. Like, they used to be the king of the game, and if you didn't use them, you were bad.
I will point out, by the way,
Yeah.
that there are systems that also nullify shields that aren't pulsars.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Blade mentioned something too. He said mid-game change out of hangars, but hangars are good early game. Would we agree with that? The hangars stop being good after some point?
I'd say that they peak early game, but super late game they're also good, due to how the tech tree's structured with Strikecraft.
Okay, cool. As long as I don't have to give up my hangars, because I was gonna cry and uninstall this game if I had to give up my hangars.
What you can do is create multiple designs for the same type of ship, like have multiple designs
yeah.
for battleships.
Oh, yeah,
have a
I've done that
few
before,
ones
yeah.
that have hangars, and the rest have missiles or taking
yeah.
lances and kinetics. So you have like very few ones that have hangars, and the rest do the real damage. But the
Yeah.
hangars will kill the corvettes or any type of swarm that comes in, and the rest will deal with larger ships. So
Now, out of
that's something to keep
curiosity,
in mind.
obviously I love my hangars, but are there, and obviously like these are good for neutron stars. Are there any other of these that you would consider are really good?
Yes,
I mean,
Yeah.
the ones with the M slot, and then you put the swarmer missiles.
Now, what about this
And you
one?
just
Super-
put
Point defense, I think that spamming point defense things is probably the best super early game, like first 20 years, I'd say,
Okay.
because point defense would have the highest damage concentration.
It would also negate when AI use missiles. If you're using defenses, you'll need like a few, and you will not get any type of missile damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
And-
not a real fun thing. But
But
if it's
if
late
they have
game or middle
artillery,
game,
you're dead.
then missiles. But at the same time, defense stations don't really matter because they suck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
you can outrange them a lot of times with the first salvo, so they get destroyed before they can do any type of real damage.
The only time I've really seen them be useful is at like a choke point system, where like I've already got like a fleet and I know someone's coming in, or I think they've seemed good like at random instances where like oh, there's an asteroid about to hit this planet. Do you want to pop up the defense station and destroy the asteroid before it happens? Like that's the only time I've seen them used.
I will not recommend popping out a defense one in that situation. Just send your navy.
Well, like sometimes my fleet is just way too far away.
Okay, then that's the only situation I can think that they're worth it.
Yeah.
Bathing in alloys.
Say again?
The other problem is that you don't have Apocalypse, and that's the DLC that has fuck, I forgot the name, but
Titan
Blade said the name of the tradition. That
loading.
yes, unyielding. That makes defense stations better by
Okay.
giving them more armor, and I think it was hull or shield. I don't really remember.
So right now they're
And
not
that's the only
super
moment
good,
they're good.
but if I get that DLC, they become really good.
No, not really good.
No, okay. They
Decent
become a little
situation.
okay. They go from useless to
stop
like
being
garbage.
No, they
No.
go from garbage to meh.
Oh, okay.
They
Solid.
go from having a small use case to a big use case.
Okay.
Yeah.
In general, I like to use hangars on my defense stations and then switch over to missiles mid-game.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes
Yes.
sense.
And
Like
even if the
swarmer
enemy-
missiles, is that what you're saying?
Yes. Even if the enemy has a lot of point defense, and you're the one defending, and you have a lot of missile swarmers for that one, it will not matter because it will just overwhelm his defense system.
Okay. Okay, cool. That makes sense. All right, cool. Platforms. Hangar stations. I win. All right, moving on. Juggernauts. Jesus fucking
boy.
Christ.
Okay, for that one, for the X, you
Hey, boy.
yes, want to put the one that bypasses both shields and armor.
That's
yes,
the
the fucking emitter.
That's the emitter.
Fuck his
Yeah.
arc.
Okay, the thing about arc emitters, like we all know and love them, but like you never get them in a normal game.
What do you mean?
You usually stay with the arc emitters, not the focus ones. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, okay.
We're also talking about the Juggernaut, so this is like a special case scenario.
Yeah, I can't imagine this is.
It's one of the
for a regular game. Just consider this a warning for a regular game. Never use this because torpedoes just do so much damage. It's not really practical to use.
Oh yeah, that's right. You guys were talking about that. Torpedoes will just fucking obliterate large ships. Yeah.
And meaning that neutron torpedoes would do something. Well, actually, not neutrons. For example, Devastators would do, I believe, let's see, 160 damage per day to the.
God damn.
No, actually, 320 per frigate.
Yeah, but if you want to use them for the M, you will put missiles.
Just all swarmer missiles?
Yes. Then you look at the combination, skip shields, and then you have the hangars, because you're supposed to always have hangars. And then you put, what you usually do is put either 9 or 11 shields and the rest armor.
Okay, since we're on the subject too,
Oh, wait. I forgot to tell you something that this ship doesn't especially. Go to the right slots. Do you see the last one? You click on it. It has different bonuses.
And debuffs.
Yes.
Oh.
You might want to either use the weapon range. That's really good. The first one is like for your hangars.
Strike craft damage.
Yeah. That was such a meme to use.
Yeah, the Juggernaut itself is a big meme.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
You don't want the speed. You don't want the speed. Let me tell you, you don't want the speed for the Juggernaut because that one messes up the speed that the ships go. So when the Juggernaut stops being in the same system, the speeds will change, and then it will just start messing where is each navy.
Oh wow. Okay.
The hyper cooldown is also a meme. That one is hyper specific to one situation. It's like sniping chokeholds and all of that.
Okay.
What is it? The rest of them? Hold up.
ECM emitters. Point
that
defense
never
damage
use it. Sucks. It doesn't really matter. Usually overall in point defense systems, it doesn't matter. And the other one is the. That one is useless, straight up. Doesn't matter.
Orbital bombardment damage. Just fuck a planet.
That
If
one
you have a
goes with the
Juggernaut,
trash.
you don't need extra orbital bombardment.
Yeah, honestly, if you're at
way.
that stage of the game, yeah.
That
there
one
are
goes with the
Juggernauts.
A slot with the trash. The trash A slot. Yeah.
By the
Juggernauts are
way,
just a meme of moving Starbase.
Fair.
by the way, there's the Titans also have their own set of like buffs.
He doesn't
and
have
debuffs.
Titans. He doesn't have
Yeah, he
Titans.
doesn't
He
have
doesn't have
Titans.
Apocalypse.
Okay.
Yeah. One day. But that does sound fun too.
Titans are like Titans don't
Slightly
really
less
have as
meaty.
much as the Juggernaut, but they're equally as deadly.
Oh, I can't
They're
add
better than
afterburners
Juggernaut.
to this.
No. What you usually want to do is regen. All regen. It's not a joke. You want that thing not to die if you ever build it, so you want all regen.
Heard
I'm
that.
pretty sure the Juggernaut takes like 100 naval cap. Like it's huge.
I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Holy
if you ever
fuck.
build it first, what the hell are you doing? Second, you're gonna mess up when you click on reinforce the
Yeah.
ships because the Juggernaut is gonna try to build a bunch of them and be very slow at it. And then,
Can the Juggernaut like build ships out of it?
yes, and when you
Yeah.
go to the ship menu and you click on reinforce, it's gonna try to reinforce it, and it builds slower.
Yeah, sorry, Wraith.
So
I
that
don't
sucks.
have Apocalypse. Okay. One thing I didn't really touch on enough that I feel like I should is the shields to armor ratio. I've been told back and forth 2 shields, 1 armor, 1 shield, 2 armors. I imagine it's going to like vary, but if I'm up against, standard AI, what should be the standard build? And for what reason?
Okay, cost efficient. Do you want 2 shields, 1 armor? Shield is cheaper, but you get less of it. But it doesn't matter as much against AI.
Okay.
But if you want more defense per se, you want armor. If you're dealing with missiles, you want armor. If you're not dealing with that many missiles, you want a bit of shields to make sure that certain types of weapons don't immediately destroy your armor. So it's usually you want more armor than you want shields, unless you're dealing with hyper specialized ships that only do certain types of damage, or with certain crises.
For bigger ships and corvettes, I like a 2 to 3 ratio, but it might also be good to just go like even.
No, it's usually a 1-2 ratio.
It really depends.
Yeah, because I've
Like, for
heard,
example-
I've heard like on destroyers, I've heard some people say, "Oh yeah, just go 3 and 3 on these."
I actually disagree with that one. You want 2 shields for armor. But also, if you want to be more cost efficient, then you actually put 3-3. Because again, shields are cheaper than armor.
Okay, so if I want
That's
to be
the
more
main
cost, if like I want it to cost less, and I'm trying to be more cost efficient, maybe I don't have a huge income of alloys, then maybe going 3-3 is good. But maybe if I'm doing really well and I can definitely afford it, go 2-4.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the debate of shield versus armor is not as open and as close because of the cost efficient sector.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But if my economy is good, if I've got a lot of alloys, just go more armor than shields.
Yes, because it gives more defense. But
is there any point, is there any reason while playing the game that I would ever go 6 armor and just no shields?
If they have only kinetics. Or
only kinetics or only
pure
missiles. Pure missiles.
If they're pure missiles or pure mass drivers and coil guns, then full armor makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very rarely will you see someone with only kinetics or missiles, though.
Yeah.
That'll be if I'm up against a certain player. That's an idiot.
Yes, but usually when dealing with normal MP players, they'll have a combination. Because like it texted you, Stellaris is a very rock, paper, scissors game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, someone mentioned it was very Pokemon.
No, the Pokemon type is for the new DLC because now you can catch space fauna and make them
really?
your own. Yes.
Okay. That's funny.
So,
okay, is now out of curiosity, is there any like type of like armor or shield that I would make that would depend on whatever my offense was, or is defense pretty much the same all around no matter what my offense is?
You usually want the best you have on the slots, unless you don't have. Unless for some reason you didn't research the energy generators for your ships, so you're kind of low on energy, but you still need the shield. Then you go kind of a lower on shield, so you can still have shields.
Oh,
but
yeah,
aside
like
from
if
that,
I'm...
you want the higher one.
Okay. Yeah, like I guess like sort of like what I meant was like if I'm using like maybe too much power on this stuff, I guess it's better just to go more armor than shields.
If you're using too much power, then you're doing either research wrong or the wrong balance. But yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because if you're using too much power that you cannot use the best weapons that you will normally use and the best defense, it means that you're missing the research for the reactors.
Okay, this thing is fucking crazy. Okay,
Unless,
that makes sense.
The only moment that stops being true is when you go, for example, either psionic or when you're using dark matter shields, because psionic and dark matter shields use an incredibly high amount of energy. But that's the only moment that becomes true.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I think I understand ship design. As for worlds, I think I kind of understand that a bit as well. That this kind of just becomes an immediate research place. Maybe I drop in a monument and a research at first. I don't need to worry about civilian industries like I used to before. I should just be buying it in the market. My immediate thought should be buying minerals from the market. 42 was the hot point, and then selling some of that excess food and buying some trade goods to make up the difference. pops. I really don't have to worry about it too much besides just reassigning clerks. And I should be setting auto, like the planet automation, everything except for crime, turn it off. And then when I auto-designate a world, set it to the capital, unless later on to the game if I need more consumer goods or if it becomes a forge world, then I do that. Does that all kind of sound about right?
Yeah, kind of.
As for
worlds-
districts... Oh yeah, go ahead.
So like for planets, I generally like to make my capital like produce like, as you said, like research and unity in the beginning, because the capital is the only planet type that can give bonuses to research.
Oh yeah, that's
No,
right.
That's true early game, but if you take adaptability, that stops being true because then the research designation actually gives bonuses to the researchers, but that's only when you take adaptability.
Oh, okay. But initially, that's kind of like the initial pull. Okay. When I get another world, when I colonize my next world, I'm not really worried about doing a colony designation yet. Right?
Yeah, because it gives amenities and migration. And I think it also was.
I know I generally like to like my first planet is like capital is always like tech and unity. Second planet's like producing the consumer goods to make up for that. And then like the third world's like a fringe world to like accelerate like other colonies.
So this was actually like my very first like game. So like ignore most of this. Just assume that like somehow I'm starting fresh and I'm getting each of these worlds. So my empire capital, imagine you see only research buildings here because I imagine that's what it's supposed to look like. So research, and then probably the monument for unity, right?
Yeah.
Are there other unity buildings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Administration.
The
Temples.
monument, and then the what's it called?
Administrative building.
Am I just fucking
It's the first
retarded?
one. It's the first one in the list. Literally, it's the first one. Go up. Oh no, it's not the first one.
Well, no, I think he's just. He's
Oh,
on
I
the
already
building itself.
have. I already have the administration.
Yeah.
office.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was like, it's the first one. I'm like 100% sure it's the first one.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'm just retarded. So I guess then I pretty much just have like that and the monument, and then everything else should pretty much be a research building. Is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
You should actually swap the admin building later on to another research.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay, cool. Fair enough. That makes sense. And then, I imagine then like the next world. Again, pretend you don't see any of this. Obviously this is the very first game. I was biggie dum ahead.
Resources.
So when you look at this planet, do you just think this should be an alloy planet?
No.
Yes,
I
because
see-
Alloy
both
and
the minerals and the energy districts are super low, so it has to be a industrial
Friends world.
planet.
I see. Slap more tech on it and leave it for pop.
What do you mean slap more tech on it?
Build more research. You'll have the pops if you're using breeder planets.
Okay. So I should when you see this planet, you just think, you know what, that should just be another research planet.
Well, I primarily see it as this is a great planet to get catalytic for because I'm normally a catalytic progenitor.
Okay.
Oh, he's talking.
we're talking about planets now?
No,
Oh, that's
no,
better.
he's talking about that one. No, okay,
I
for
like-
normal uses, you want that one to be your industrial planet because it
Okay.
has low
No,
district
this-
of
disagree.
energy.
Like if this was like
After.
my second planet, like I just colonized this.
Industrial.
So, okay, I actually
Because
disagree
of
with
the
that
district.
assessment.
Because of the districts.
consumer goods.
When I say industrial, it means either alloys or consumer goods.
Okay, here I have another perspective to give because I don't know. I'd play this a little bit differently. I would put down tech and some energy. I would do both basically.
Yeah, sounds normal.
That's not his capital, though. That's the second planet he
So,
colonizes.
you
Yeah.
need
As long
as
as
much
you're-
tech as you can physically get.
Yeah.
Yes, but
As
at the
long as
same
you're-
time. Okay, let's
If
look
you
at
can,
your
if you can put
Hold up.
like extra researchers on like stuff other than your capital can maybe support like 300 technology. That is okay, but you can do better. So
Yes, but
Yeah.
at the same time, this whole thing depends on what your third planet is like.
and then
Shows your third planet.
Okay, yeah. So that was
Because
the
it
second. This was
highly
the third.
depends on
mining. Okay, this is mining.
mining and energy.
Also,
Mining and
depends on what
energy.
you're going for.
No, just mining. Okay. Choose
Your
choose
starting,
the,
your starting
would
planets can also differ depending on what you want to go for. Like if you're tech rushing, you might want more tech world. Or like I know personally, I like to go for a lot more Unity, so I can like get the ascension faster.
Okay. So,
Okay, fair
That's
enough.
true.
What
But like,
I
so
would do.
home planet obviously again. So powder kind of ignore this part. These should be mostly research labs, blah blah blah. And then I would just be auto designated this obviously as like a capital. Maybe at this stage in the game, yeah, probably the same. And then the second planet, you're thinking this should just be industrial, or like research, or maybe like a combination of both, is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
I do not want to combine industrial and research unless it's on
Yeah.
the capital.
Okay, heard that.
Because industrial does not give what's the name? Building slots. So to add research, you will have to add housing,
Yeah.
urban district.
Well,
And that's
if you
not as
have
efficient.
master crafters, they can mingle well.
Yeah, master crafters is the only exception to that rule. Then
I
you
love
can
master
have
crafters.
Okay.
both.
Okay. Or
The reason I-
Blade was mentioning this could be a
Would
great
recommend-
food planet. So, you know.
I will punch whoever says
That
that.
would be for later. That would
You only have food planets if you're using the catalytic civic that allows you to use food instead of minerals.
or else one like in like later game. Then you can have one food planet and that solves everything.
Now these other designations we didn't really go over either. I imagine like these
Trade
are
value.
very specific. Like this is trade value. Yep, who cares? Who cares? That would be good for this world. Would be
Yeah.
the mining one. Yep. Cuz that's going to give me more mining just yeah, that makes sense. Generator world, that's obviously good if it's a lot of this. Well, yeah, I would never underestimate trade, but you know that was not a very good trade area. But this one I imagine only good if like I see a lot of yellow boxes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what this one is.
Industrial, I don't want you to use that. That decreases upkeep for your industrial jobs. But the ones below it, they're just better. They just
Yeah.
give you stronger bonuses.
So like on this one, I would probably go for Forge World.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
But it's only. But you should have your Forge World always be your capital for the extra buff.
Oh, that's right, because this is even better.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, if you didn't notice already, Forge and Factory, they just shift around the jobs.
Yes, yeah, it changes from alloys to consumer goods. If I'm low on consumer goods, then put this baby in. But if I'm playing as like the hive mind like I did
Okay.
last game, then there's no point in doing this. I imagine it's not even an option.
Oh man, I would love to at this point just like open this save up and just like redraw everything.
Oh yeah, this
But
was my
I-
very first game. Like, well, I think this was literally part 1 or part 2 of me literally playing this game. Like this was like one of the first ones. It's cringy. Don't look at it. This was the 4th
And
world
I've-
I got, and
I've
this is
seen-
pretty clear.
I've seen a lot of Stellaris players. I mean, a lot of them are like this. So I'm assuming the friend you're playing against probably does this too.
Yeah, I'm sure he does some absolutely wild shit. But I assume for like this one, this was pretty easy to do. That's obviously just going to be a Forge world. I'll swap to a
Forge.
factory world otherwise. Is there any purpose in doing things like a unification world, a refinery world?
A unification
world.
center
Oh,
is
nice, okay.
for if you're weird. A tech world, if you're only producing like labs, yeah, sure, you can have a tech world. The bonuses are like small, but they're good. But unification
tech world?
centers, like if you're doing that, you're really missing out.
So like
on-
this one that we were kind of conflicted on, that was like whether it should be a tech world or whatever. Like if I did decide to make it a tech world, just do research labs, push all into city districts, and then maybe some generators, and then just hit tech world.
Yeah. Yeah, basically. it's like, yeah, basically.
There's no buffs from being a tech world, just reduced upkeep, which is pretty negligible on researchers that are bio already.
Okay. Otherwise, and like tech worlds are really good when you have the adaptability tradition.
Because that gives an extra, well, couple percent.
Yeah.
Which is the difference, well, pretty major difference when it comes to like 300 tech.
Okay, makes sense. And then fortress worlds, probably only doing those if they're like chokehold worlds.
No, you only do that when your planet is actively being bombarded.
Oh, okay.
And is under threat of being conquered.
Or if you want like excessive naval cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. Rural worlds?
Those
virtually never use
them.
Probably never
That's
use
just
them.
like a mix of like all generator, miner, and agri, but they do it pretty badly.
The odds of ever doing a hybrid world that's not. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
Well, like, if you don't have many of like either yellow, red, or green, but like you can't focus. Like if you can't focus on one, then you might want to roll world.
Yeah. Okay. Even if you just focus on two, just like pick one. Just like pick one.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like one of them gets plus 25 versus like two of them gets plus 10. Like it's just better to pick one.
Fair enough. No, that makes sense to me too. Or worst case, I come across a planet that's really depressing to look at, and that just becomes a tech world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Sometimes balancing your worlds is not really the best strategy. Well, yeah. I don't know. I feel like balancing the worlds is a kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if you get really good at min-maxing your planets, you're going to like your economy is gonna fuck. It's gonna slap.
I know, like I like to play a lot of tall empires, meaning like less planets, but the planets are a lot better.
Yeah.
So I try to focus a lot on like planet designation and like getting the most out of what little I have.
So like, just out of curiosity, then, local. I mean, how do you deal with your population screen?
I generally disable all clerks, and like I might play like a machine or a hive mind. Then I try to like increase the amount of pops growing on the planet, and then start to kind of move on to like what I actually want to be made on the planet, like research or factories or stuff like that.
How do you... I know we've talked about this a couple times. How do you get people to move from one world to another? Like, how do you get them to migrate? Like, hey, bitch, go over there.
Resettle
look at
button.
They either automatically move or like you physically resettle.
Yeah, and you can move them around.
Oh, and you literally just pick the world.
Resettling costs 100 energy and 10
costs a
unity
bit.
per colonist, which can scale quite quickly.
I see.
Although
all those skills for specialists and rulers, but is halved with the adaptability tradition.
there are the things that
you
waive
can-
all resettle costs.
Oh god, how do I get them
if
to
you
go back?
you're not making enough unity right now. Just like make it tick back a few days. I mean, tick forward a few days.
Oh well, no, it's not a big deal. Okay, interesting. Okay, so like if like this
Also-
planet maybe is getting overcrowded, if there's not enough housing, but this world is like
Not
either
enough jobs.
unemployment, then I just send over a couple people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it piss people off? Do they get upset?
No.
They don't care.
Oh.
You just pay the cost, and they'll just start working.
Wow.
Just make sure if you're resettling specialists, make sure that they have specialist jobs to fill, because they will remain as specialist pops, and it'll take a while for them to demote.
Oh, okay. So like, these are not
Workers?
specialists. What's
these
the
are
specialist
workers.
symbol? Is it silver or gold?
Silver, yeah.
Silver is the
Workers
specialist.
Brown can quickly turn to silver, although silver takes a while to turn back brown.
Okay. What is gold?
Gold
That's
is
the
like
ruler
your
job.
rulers and politicians.
Okay,
They,
so-
kind of don't do much.
Okay, don't worry
They have
about
a
them.
very limited amount of jobs. Yeah.
But let's say,
Don't
for
worry about them.
example,
They'll just come on their own.
I've got like these metallurgists, and I'm starting a new like what is it called, Forge World, and they need more people. I could just send them over, like some of my specialists here.
Yeah.
What would be better is if you have like worker jobs, if you have like technicians, you could just
Send over the
the
technicians instead.
over.
Like if you have excess farmers or excess technicians, you can send over them and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Or if you have, like,
Or
clerks or
farmers.
unemployed pops.
Like fuck the
Yeah.
farmers. Yeah, get over there. Yeah.
Yeah, you have enough food.
Exactly. Yeah, look at this. Plus 22 food. I'm practically
You're selling
booming.
some even. Yeah.
Okay, that makes
And,
sense.
Yeah, the alloys.
By the way, do you have the Megacorp DLC?
Yes. No. I lied. I don't have it.
Which ones do you
Okay,
have?
so we can't show him Ecumenopolis alloy numbers.
Oh, yeah.
You can come out. Oh my
I've
alloy
got
printers.
Utopia, Synthetic Dawn, Distant Stars, and Federations.
I mean, those are good choices.
By the way, who wants to teach him Void Dwellers?
That
Void
is
Dwellers?
I mean, that's a niche build. I mean, that's a specific build. That's a specific
It's
build.
also extremely strong.
Fuck the farmers.
But tomorrow, I can do it. But tomorrow, it's my main.
I think for now we want to stick with general principles.
Yeah. And I have
Void Duelers.
Nemesis.
Oh god.
I have Nemesis, Synthetic Dawn, and Utopia.
Yeah, I definitely want to get more. I just gotta, make sure I can afford all my bills and shit, and then, go from there.
You do know you
I
could just
definitely
play in the
recommend getting
multiplayer
Machine
lobbies,
first.
right?
I know what?
You know you could just play in multiplayer lobbies.
Oh,
right?
yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, if someone else already has the DLC, then I'll automatically be able to use it while they're... Yes, I definitely know. But the idea is also just not letting it all just fucking slam me at the same time, so, kind of spacing it out is also feeling good.
It's not that hard to adapt.
Well, you know what? Maybe I'm a retard, Time Splash. You ever thought of that?
I don't think you're that.
I think you'll be okay.
I have one friend who has all the DLCs besides the new one, and I swear every time I play with him, I'm like, "What's this? What's that?" I've been playing the game for a long time, but it still confuses me sometimes.
Yeah.
My friend has all the DLCs.
Learning the DLC content is just another few hours in itself.
Nah, even Astral Planes, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think he's got everything except for the more recent
even
ones.
Astral Planes is a
He obviously hasn't been able to get the more recent ones, of course. Oh, all done? Sleepy times? Okay, I love you. Smooch? I want smooch! I want smooch! Wow, I can't believe none of you guys wanted to give me a smooch. That's kind of super toxic.
No.
Thank you. Love you so much.
Alright.
Oh,
What
M&M?
else
Yeah,
is
sure.
there
You can have an
popular?
M&M. There you go, Bean. Get some
I know.
M&Ms.
If you plan on getting more DLCs, I personally of course, Utopia, Nemesis, Megacorp, and then what's it called again? Machine Age. Machine Age is really good.
I've been hearing a lot of good things about those ones. I have Utopia already, so I'm pretty set to go there. And yeah, but I've heard a lot of good things about all the rest of them, so I'm kind of excited. And I've been told the species packs really aren't a big deal. I think the only one that makes any difference is the aquatic species pack, because it unlocks another start.
I really like Necroids.
All of the species packs have some feature which are strong, but you
not
don't
really
really
important.
need any of them.
Yeah, because the
Just
one
because you've been
that
playing Clone Army.
the one that I thought was really cool was Here Be Dragons. I thought that was pretty cool.
No.
Oh, that's a really funny one, but
I mean, it's kind of
That's
neat.
funny.
I don't use it.
not strong.
I thought it sounded pretty. And then someone told me that if you had a necromancer build of some kind, that you could kill the dragon and then start with the dragon by a certain year, and you just had 100k fleet just ready to go.
It's really easy to counter with torpedoes.
Oh, okay.
Everyone knows the best DLC is Rick the
but yeah,
Cube.
it can shred it.
No.
Rick the Cube.
$40
Not the
for
best
one,
DLC, not at all.
$40
It's
for
useless.
one race.
It's useless. It is useless.
Oh man.
People will be scared of you if you pull up with Rick the Cube. Then
No, they won't.
I'm already
Nobody
scared.
will care.
But the amount of PD on that dragon is fucking stupid. What? It's got point defense?
What?
That's it.
That's what Blade said. He said the dragon has a bunch of point defense on it.
how does that work?
What?
Okay, I'm gonna just search that up. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh yeah, the dragon is jump drives.
Let's see.
Fun fact, the asteroid event, where it's like crashing into a planet, the
Yeah,
asteroid
they do
has
have.
MTL capability.
They have 4-point defense. So think of that what you will.
Are
Oh,
they
that is pretty wild.
anti-torpedo?
According to Stellaris,
They're just like
asteroids
all around.
have
So.
MTL capability.
Oh.
And then-
Not really good.
That's like the equivalent of like fighting 4-point defense corvettes. So whatever.
All right, well, good shit. I feel. Oh my god! Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on. I forgot.
No,
I
just
forgot. I forgot. There's one more thing we didn't talk about. This one will be easiest hits though. Yep. See, Blade remembered.
well, what is it?
Star-bases. What the
Oh.
hell am I supposed to be doing?
Hydroponic phase.
Hydroponics
okay.
phase. That one was easy.
Okay. You want to specialize them like planets.
Specialize them like planets.
Have
Yeah.
like
So you should have a shipyard. You should separate your shipyards, your anchorages, and your
have-
defenses.
have 3 shipyards spread out across your empire. Anchorages are always good to increase naval cap, and then trade collection. Oh my god, trade.
But if you're fighting wide, trade is good for that. But otherwise, don't.
Don't
Trade is
think about it,
complicated,
Rartha.
but
Okay.
it worked. I spent a long time learning how trade works, and
For real this time.
I mean, was it perfect? Probably not. But now I run the galactic market.
Yeah, I know trade can be super effective. I don't know too much about it, but I do remember looking at it at one point.
To simplify it,
Yeah.
Planets can produce trade. There can also just naturally be trade inside of systems, and then it's collected by starbases. And then, depending on what your economic stance is, your trade stance, it can be turned into energy, unity, consumer goods, all that junk.
Heard that. Okay. Okay, so like my first initial starting starbase, it started with a shipyard and I think a solar panel, and then I mean, like, should I just make
then-
this bitch into full shipyard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then obviously give it a hydroponics bay, and then it gave me crew station gestation. Crew
That's
gestation
Things are
chambers.
just neat.
That's
And then
pretty good for a
battle
shipyard.
simulations and naval logistic offices are good too.
Battles, yeah.
Or no, naval
simulators
logistic
are-
offices are for anchorages.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, anchorages. That's the one. And then the other one, like, that's where I got so confused because I was like, what else am I even supposed to put here? I ended up just putting a resource silo because I had no idea.
Okay, that is a good
Alright.
choice. That's a good
Battle
choice. If you have stuff that you don't, slots that you don't know what to do with, like on anchorages, just put resource silos because there's no other good place to put resource silos.
Powder, you're never going to fill
Resource
your
silos and
resource.
hydroponics.
You're never going to fill your resources up either way. So what's the point?
If you get like lazy.
Yeah, I just
But
don't know what else to
it's
put
the
there.
alloys for just like up to like for like 5k or 10k more storage. So
Yeah,
you
I
might
knew
as well.
it
it's
wasn't a lot, and I
pretty
really
easy.
don't hit these maximums that often, so I knew it was like semi pointless. I just really didn't know what else to put there, and I
Well,
didn't
I
want to
think
keep
the upkeep
seeing
on
the.
it.
I didn't want to keep seeing this on here.
It's perfectly fine.
I don't like seeing the thing.
Yeah, that is fair.
What's the upkeep on
I
the
know.
resource silos?
Nothing.
Wait.
Oh.
Nothing.
So
It's nothing.
Oh, cool.
Never mind, there is an upkeep.
Okay,
They're
well,
just
haha. Yeah, so they're just there now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just free flaunt.
Okay, cool. So I might just do
I
that
mean,
from now on.
Considering that you have partial access to a nebula, you can build solar panels in a nebula, and you can use those slots to build 10 minerals per.
Wait.
Nebula
But
refinery.
don't build them in a black hole system.
I'm
Wait,
pretty
wait.
sure there's a
So-
something called like a nebula extractor or something like that.
If
Well,
you
Yeah.
put a starbase inside a nebula like this,
Yeah.
then you get like bonuses?
You can.
Yeah.
There's
Yes.
a building that you can use that can give you 10 minerals per month per one build.
Yeah.
Oh.
And later, one
Oh.
exotic gas.
Yeah, Blade named it the Nebula Refinery. It gives you exotic gases, which are really useful.
But don't put your
Interesting.
starbases in a black hole because then you won't be able to use solar panels.
Okay,
No
so
wonder why.
my friend, he said he couldn't colonize this system. Why is that? Out of curiosity, he couldn't. He said he couldn't put a starbase here.
Maybe you didn't survey it right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might
There's
just not
no
have
reason
surveyed
you
it.
couldn't be able to colonize that. I don't know.
He might just not have surveyed it.
He's also a big dummy dum dum. So, oh, what is this?
Or
What the
It
hell?
might have been like an anomaly. or something.
That's
like-
a fun story.
That looks like the L gate.
Is that the L gate?
Yeah,
Is that the L system?
I think so.
The L cluster?
You
Well,
got
yeah.
the event for like the L cluster, so
Yeah, I was like, I have a wormhole there, and I forgot what the L gate was, but I do have the L gate
Wormholes-
somewhere.
Wormholes lead to other wormholes.
It's the sketch
main
now.
system.
Well, in the nebula.
there's, like-
in the nebula.
There's occasional gates called L gates that open to the L cluster,
Oh,
and they usually have like really bad stuff like dragons or the Tempest, but usually it's fine.
okay. I was like, because Blade loved the idea of me opening the L gate. He got super excited about it, so.
Yeah, he probably wants to sabotage you.
Okay. That makes sense. That seems like something Blade would do. He's really mean to me. Okay, cool. But Nebula sound like they're a kick-ass place to build. Out of curiosity, is there anything I could have possibly done about this?
Sorry, Blade.
No.
But yeah,
I have
just
no
counter
idea
its
what that is.
design.
Okay,
You
I was
just
just
feel-
curious. I was just
how
curious.
much shields, how
Okay,
much
okay, it's
armor
fine.
does it have? A scavenger bot. That, I'm pretty sure, disruptors powder, is that correct?
Autonomous
I have no
repurposer.
clue. I have no clue what kind of scavenger bots. I just
I think you might
I
not
just
remember.
throw face at
I
it
gave
and
you
it
like,
dies.
I give you a tip that like you don't have to set up a spy network to get an idea of what enemy ships are like. Like if you hover over an enemy fleet, you can see like their armor, hull, and shields, which can be a good metric of what weapons to use.
Oh, really?
And then occasionally they'll show like ship bonuses, like
You don't
the
show
ship-
you for this gardening.
I'm trying to find just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna click on, you know,
if you're like shoving your eyes into your screen, you can occasionally like tell what a ship is using. Occasionally.
I cannot tell them apart for the life of me, but
Oh, okay.
There are like 18 designs.
I generally like to just like think about like what segments the ship has, and then based off that make an educated guess.
That's still
yeah.
not very
Hold on, click on the destroyer again. This is a very
Oh, on his?
Click on Okay,
Yeah.
go to the left side. You see where there's like a shield, hull, and armor bar?
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, now you can
Oh, wait.
prepare accordingly for like if
Yeah,
you
and look
hover
at
over
that.
the
It shows you
ship-
disengagement chances, ship fire rate, sublight speed, and if it shows you like, oh, it has daily hull regen, that's nice to see. Like because it's upgraded, I think, or something. Yeah. If it has hardening, it will tell you that.
Oh.
So,
Normally, you need like maximum intel on someone through a spy network to see that stuff, but you can make pretty good guesses based off that info.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So he's got a lot of hull points and a lot of like hull and armor, but like, you know, lower shields. So therefore,
much armor.
a lot of shields. So maybe you want to like, if you wanted to invade them, you maybe want to have more kinetic.
okay, more kinetic because yeah,
Fighting
okay.
wars is just a whole nother like segment.
Makes
honestly.
sense. Makes sense. Okay, solid. Yeah.
You really learn through experience. with
Yeah,
wars.
no, there's a lot of stuff that like it was hard to experience because I just didn't know what the fuck was going on. And this was my problem with this one. I had these were the only two nearby worlds. And that was like I could only use these two, and they both seemed like good
Yeah.
industrial like forge worlds. I guess this one could have been a mining world instead.
mining, energy.
Yeah, they both could have they both could have done well too, but I was trying to do that whole specialized thing, so I was trying to go like full one thing or the other.
I think you really didn't specialize them for like your.
Yeah, no, again, I just started throwing in research labs because I was like, I need more research apparently, and I just started chucking those bitches in there. Someone told me
Yeah,
that I had
no,
low
but
research, and I took that personally.
there
I just
are-
kept going.
rules.
was me.
I mean, okay,
Yeah.
there are like Stellaris has like rules, and then once you get like pretty good, like you can break them. I mean, that's every game basically.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, and so like the way I break the rules is I like put research labs and like rare resource plants into like basic resource places.
And also, how do I terraform a planet? I think I got the
You
research
need the
already.
tech.
Yeah, so I think I
You
got
need
the tech.
and then you spend like a ton of power on like.
Hold on,
changing
can I
it
like
to
zoom around
resources.
your world to see if there's any
It's a
terraforming?
society. It's like
Oh,
the great tech.
click on that like red world at like any like world that's like red.
Red, like
Um,
this?
Left and to the right.
No, like down
Scroll-
and to the right.
What's the name of the system?
Um,
Like go down.
just like scroll to the southeast a bit. Stellaria.
In like
I mean Soteria.
it's Samania. It has like Starbase on it. Before
So
Starbase.
there it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Click on that like red planet. Just click on that icon.
Oh, this one. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Terraform.
Something world. Find a different one. yeah. Yeah. And then
Okay,
you
this is a
that
tomb world, so
requires
not
better-
this one. Yeah.
yeah, you can't terraform a tomb world until you get another tech.
But if
Yeah,
I
I'll-
see that planet symbol, oh, that's right. I forgot this was. I just found this place. This one was ages ago. But that one has a good spot. But there's also,
It's really good.
yeah, that's
This one.
this.
And you can
That's
terraform that. It's just pay energy. It takes about a few years, and you get world.
Oh, okay, and I can just decide what I want to turn it into. So it's like, oh, I want to turn this into that.
Yeah.
It takes
10
a
years
long
later,
time, though.
later, world appears.
And there's an exotic gas edict that makes it quicker.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. You
And this one, I can't
Have you seen your
terraform
edict?
this.
That's a
That's a
habitat.
habitat.
You built it yourself, I think.
Oh, that's right.
no,
That's
that's
the superstructure I made. I just learned how to use those.
Mega structure.
Mega structure. That's the one.
Orbital habitats aren't too much of a.
I got kind of excited because I'd never heard
Wait,
of anything
is
like
it-
this, and it was my first mega structure. So
It's a very minor mega structure.
Right. Okay.
so there's
Have we
another
seen
one.
edicts yet?
I see. Have we seen what?
Edicts.
Edicts. I know only a tiny bit
Government
about
tab?
them.
Yeah.
Policies and edicts. So that
Okay.
was that weird one
Those give
where
you
I guess
bonuses.
my friend had told Christian the first thing you do when you open the game is click fortify border. That was like one of his
Yeah.
first things he told him to do.
Depends on the
That
build,
increases
but
the capacity. I mean, you don't have to. Sometimes they don't even like do that because
That's
they
what
don't
everyone
even
else
have-
said too. That it's like it's really not necessary.
Yeah.
it's not
It's not necessary,
necessary,
but it's
but it's
good.
good.
Policies
doesn't
and
hurt.
edicts are very important.
Okay, if you look at
research
capacity
is a really
subsidies,
good one.
if you okay, look at capacity subsidies. Just
there it
Capacity
is.
subsidies is like a little bit of power for a lot more power. It's just busted.
yeah, and there's another one and they have the same thing for mining and farming.
Oh yeah.
So,
In the
yeah.
top right of the menu, you can see like a hammer with that's your edict fund. That's essentially how much Unity upkeep you can spend without actually taking into your actual Unity production.
Okay. Now, obviously, the one
So-
I clicked was fleet supremacy. I just clicked one because I was just trying to like fuck around with some shit, and I thought I might go to war, so I hit that one. That's obviously using up all 40 of my edict fund.
Yeah.
Are these
Yeah.
just that much more expensive because of how
Yeah.
large I am?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they're also more expensive because they're powerful.
Your edict
Very.
fund can get bigger based off of rulers and research. And
And
I think,
Okay.
charisma.
Oh, and
I think-
charisma. Oh.
I think
Yeah,
isn't
so
there
that's
like
a
a
ruler
civic that allows you to scale edict fund?
And counselor trait powder.
Yeah.
And then look, this one cost me food instead of Unity.
Yeah.
And you will pay
Yeah,
food
the
for
bio
that.
Quite a few of them
takes
cost
energy.
rare resources.
And then yep.
Oh.
And those ones they can be quite useful.
Okay, interesting. And is there really anything else in here I need to worry about?
Policies are
systematic
very
test.
important.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're super important.
Always
Systematics-
had it to isolation.
Mainly,
Unless you
always
use it
change your
differently.
war philosophy to liberation wars.
What? Why would you do
Under-
that?
Unrestricted is just funky.
No.
I Okay, you're
I
wrong.
have
You're not
reasons.
sorry.
Diplomatic stance is important. A lot of that stuff is really important.
Yeah. Okay, so
The Liberation Wars are biological empires only.
yeah,
So
diplomatic stance. We
Liberation
can go
War
through that.
give
Like,
you surprisingly more freedom when declaring Blade.
No. That's not true.
only if you want to fight liberation wars, but
They can give
No.
you some more casus bellis. Pretty sure.
It's not worth
it
it.
replaces. Okay, well, whatever. That's like a small thing, but like,
I don't know.
unless you want to fight a liberation war, keep it on unrestricted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Liberation War.
I can bring up the exacts on Liberation Wars. It's funky.
Also, swap your diplomatic stance to isolationist to get 10% more unity.
Yeah, we can like go through them, like just one
The
by one, I
rest,
guess.
the rest of that looks like really intense negatives, but like, is that still okay?
The negatives are completely fine.
I mean, these are big numbers,
In
but
border friction's not bad.
okay, look at that. I mean, diplomatic weight, that's how much your vote counts in the galactic community. Diplomatic agreement upkeep, I mean, that's just like how much influence you have to spend on agreements, but you don't even have to like get agreements, so it doesn't matter. Border friction, it makes people like who are bordering you like you a bit less. And then external leader pool size, I mean, leader pool size doesn't matter. So, like, beyond a certain one, like you have
Okay.
enough leader pool usually.
But you're saying just because of the monthly unity, that's just overall just better?
And that just overwhelms everything else.
Okay. What I've been told too that like right off the bat having expansionist is good. I imagine that's only good for early game then.
Very early game if you want to develop colonies, but once you have your first few colonies developed and you're like going into a lull of development, then you absolutely want to switch into isolationist.
Oh, okay, so like when I want to get those first two colonies set up because the first two habitable planets are right nearby, then go
And
into
then-
expansionist, but then right after that's done, go straight back into isolationist.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like
Okay.
Yeah, Liberation Wars allow you to make ideology casus belli, and
like sometimes maybe you even just like go isolationist like from the start. Like I mean, it's basically, I mean, you don't need really good.
and then everyone's favorite war doctrine: no retreat.
Oh yeah, I keep hearing about no retreat, so your ships don't warp out in the middle of combat.
It changes combat quite a bit.
It's very
Essentially,
bad.
your ships no longer disengage, and you get like a little more fire.
And you take you take apocalyptic losses.
But is
If your
it
ships
is
are
it
bad.
worth it like overall if you have like really solid ships?
In my
No.
opinion, yeah.
Absolutely not.
We have,
You
we all
will
have varying
lose virtually
opinions.
all
It depends.
attritional wars.
Okay, but it seems like it has this niche though.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're planning on
Yeah.
fighting a war of attrition, then probably, but it always depends. If you believe you
Attritionally, you're dead. If you lose one battle, your entire fleet is annihilated with no retreat.
yeah. Which is why you have multiple fleets, but again, they'll have their own.
Okay, yeah,
Well,
Any
yeah,
ship that's engaged is annihilated in no retreat if you lose.
yeah. Well, I mean that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. But like,
Compared to something like Hit and Run, where you do more or less, you do half the damage in total, and you take like 10% as many losses at most.
and it just takes some time to come back, but you don't have to rebuild them.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah.
pretty
shit.
much.
It-
It just saves you a lot of ships.
Yeah, but I guess it also depends. If you've got like really good fucking ships, you know, like maybe locals got really good solid ships and has multiple fleets and doesn't plan on losing battles, then you know they're just fat W's all the time, or more likely to win battles because your ships aren't retreating.
And whenever you lose, but in the end, you'll end up taking 5 times higher losses with no retreat due to other things with it.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Something to think about. All right.
Pretty much it's the difference of taking 0 losses and taking like a quarter of your fleet as losses.
But would you then argue that maybe the odds of you winning more battles are higher because you're not retreating?
It's not significant because over time you might win 1 or 2 battles, but overall, if you're fighting an opponent who is hit and run, you will just be defeated in the war because they simply only need to win 1 battle where you're going to need to win 12, 15.
Now, would you say maybe that tactic's more effective if you were up against AI?
Against AI, yes, but
Okay.
whenever you do eventually, oh yeah. What happens, say, for example, this was one person happening in a murder fest. A person was defending with the Here Be Dragon's origin, and they parked their entire fleet into their capital, well, like, attacked it. And they had the Here Be Dragon's origin, so...
Oh,
I think
no.
everybody knows what happened.
Yeah, oof.
The dragon came out and murdered their entire fleet, and they went from being number 1 and about to kill them, pretty much, to completely dead.
Yeah, that's fucking hysterical. Oops.
All about strategy.
That's why no retreat's bad, because any mess up is death.
That'd actually be
No, it
hysterical.
requires advanced intel on the enemy, I'll admit.
Yeah. That'd actually be hysterical. I couldn't imagine like
Okay.
accidentally parking your fleet with like a no retreat and the dragon just fucking eats all your people. Like holy shit. You'd be like, no, wait.
And considering the settings you guys are playing with, it's effectively a... pretty much... What was I thinking? It's a... you make 1 mistake and you lose the entire war, pretty much.
Ah, okay. So yeah,
Because
just
if
don't
you
make a
actually-
mistake.
That's not realistic.
Well, see, what you don't understand here is the local never makes mistakes. This man is an absolute legend, so I believe
May
it.
I invite him to the Sunday lobby? at FM then?
I have made mistakes.
No, but cool.
mean-
That's good information to know. No, like I mean, like it's that's why like this is also important because everyone's gonna have their different play styles and everyone's gonna like move their certain ways. Locals obviously like admitting to like, look, this is what I use, but also it requires a lot of intel, and I've got multiple fleets, and that's just how I play it. It's a niche that works for them, and it works, right? But like you're like, I would never use it because I'd be, afraid to hit those mistakes, or like, I'm more guaranteed to bring my fleets back. Like, it's just, no. It works different for different ways.
I also will remind you that if you played like that in a Montu game, or like a competitive game, you just end up having anybody be able to do what Pig Squad does to people.
Well, it's a really good thing that Local and I aren't participating in Montu tournaments.
Good!
I'm just trying to beat my friend's ass, bro. That's all I'm doing.
That pretty much translates to hit and run, just whittle his fleet down into nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about his fleet. Knowing that he doesn't do any ship design, I'm pretty confident.
I'd say that you're already, if you just practice like once a week,
Yeah,
you could probably beat him, but you're also probably going to need to put all your knowledge into practice in a few multiplayer games if you want to be confident. Because you need to play all the DLCs, and the easiest way to do that is, and the most effective is, play multiplayer.
Yeah, definitely. I'll definitely have to get some more games in for sure.
No, multiplayer.
No, I know. I'll definitely have to
Public
get some more
lobby.
games in with multiplayer and shit.
That's just, I just DM'd you a Discord server where they're hosted.
Oh, okay.
A good way of winning earlier battles against other players is like the second you finish that first contact, you immediately put envoys on like spy networks and try to uncover their military secrets.
Spy networks. I don't really understand how spy networks
in
work.
espionage tech.
Essentially, you put a spy in a spy network and like they slowly gain intel, and then you can also do like special missions which could accelerate or decelerate your progress. It's all in the it's all an event to try to figure out what the other person's doing. One time I was playing kind of a really weird empire that was essentially like really small, but like I tried to uncover information about everyone, and like I had a massive spy network, and I figured out that one of my friends had become the Crisis.
There are other ways to immediately know that, based on what casus belli people have on you.
Yeah, although I don't know, I didn't know that at the time, so I just kind of,
Okay, so the way managed spy. Oh, yo, relax. Managed spy network. I guess this is like still the part that I don't really quite understand. Is I'm just when I do this.
So essentially, yeah.
Oh,
so
I've already got that one going here. Hold on,
gathering
let me...
information just essentially accelerates the rate at which you
Suruk
stuff. However, I will say, you don't have the DLC, but there's a DLC that adds like a bajillion missions. In the
Oh, really? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes spy networks really interesting. But in general, for normal games, gathering information is just you should auto do that to figure out what people are doing.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm kind of about that life.
Especially if they're like a fanatic xenophobe and like can't trade.
What the fuck is this?
What is that?
The fleet power is
cool.
like 83,000.
Wait, click on the fleet. Like the fleet title. Oh. The Tempest. Those are the Tempest. You know, I was warning you about the Tempest from the L gates.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
somebody open
the Tempest are
L
really
gate?
menacing.
Well, I don't know. They're just over here.
Does that mean somebody opened the L
Oh,
gate?
that's an L gate. Yeah, I guess they probably opened it. Oops.
Yeah, the L gate's very open, and the Tempest were revealed.
Oh god,
The
do they
Tempest
just
are
start?
really strong.
Do they just start traveling around systems and fucking everything up?
Yeah.
Oh, R.I.P.
They
to
are
this
in total
station.
war with everyone. So if they take a starbase, like, it's theirs now.
Oh wow. Actually, I guess it was something that happened really recently. Yeah. War declaration. Yeah. It
The
was them.
Tempest will begin to slowly emerge. So you need to like. I'm pretty sure you go in and like kill like their main ship or something. Wait, I don't know how it works.
You have to kill a core system,
Yeah.
and then they'll stop spawning. And their fleets are like pretty dangerous.
They're
If
pretty
you're
weak
like,
to decent frigate spam though.
I just blunt force them with disruptors historically, because I will end up having to fight them once.
5
you
nanite
guys
in
wanna-
director class. Wow, and the mothership. Jesus Christ.
You guys want to do anything?
Oh, I gotta go to bed after this.
I mean, yeah, for you guys, it's like 11 right now.
It's midnight for me.
I was about to say, like, for me, it's like, it's already the next day. Like, it's 11:14.
Oh, they went back. That's funny.
Actually, it's 1:14. Yeah.
That's terrifying that this is just swarming around. God, I would love for them to enter this system. Go hang out with the scavenger bot. Go, go, go.
Our special project is complete.
I
Okay.
forget exactly what my time zone was called.
Is the Galactic Senate, is this like really a big deal? I imagine it's just
Yes.
voting
So-
on these things, but I imagine there's really not a lot I can do about it.
So the galactic community, they like, you can vote on resolutions, and like the one with the most like popularity will be at the top, and then after a certain amount of time they'll finally do a final vote on it, and depending on what gets passed, like it'll get benefits and debuffs for every empire still in the community.
Oh,
if you
so I
leave the
can-
galactic- If you
Ah.
leave, you don't get benefits or positives, but if you click on your empire in the top left, in the bottom left, there's this kind of like building with, yeah, that's your Diplo weight. Diplo weight is kind of your voting power within the galactic community. And if it's like really high, then you get to make most of the decisions, and you get to like be on the high council and like declare emergencies. However, if you don't, then if you're still in the community, then chances are people will be like kind of pushing you around. They aren't major, although some of them can be pretty like nasty, especially because the AI have no idea what they're doing.
Huh. So, do I not have a lot of diplomatic weight? Is this low?
We'll open the community again because you have like 1,200. Like, yeah, look, the AI empires have like around 4K in the council.
Oh, well, this is independent. Oh my god, they have
Yeah.
that much. Holy
Diplo
shit.
is Diplo weight is supposed to be an average measurement of like your strengths. It measures your economy, which is minerals, food, alloys, and rare goods. It doesn't measure energy, surprisingly. It measures military fleet power. It measures like current research, and then I feel like I'm missing something. Like system size. Like if you're a really big empire, then you'll have a lot of fleet power. They'll have a lot of diplomat.
Okay.
There's like you only have like 3 planets.
So I'm ass. God damn. I guess I'm kind of middle.
What happened to everyone else? They have like yellow exclamation marks. Having trouble connecting to
What?
On the call, the Discord call.
Oh. I mean, everyone else is gone. It's just me, you, and my brother.
Oh, they left.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that me?
Maybe it's just showing weird for you, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, congrats on getting into your new house, Goose. Yeah, let's go, baby. Okay. Galactic Senate. Fuck these nerds.
Yeah, so the Senate can be powerful though, and I forget the exact name of the DLC. I think it's Nemesis. But in Nemesis, you can become something called the Custodian, where essentially, after you're elected, or you have enough diplo weight that you just decide to become Custodian, everyone essentially becomes like your vassal that's in the Galactic.
Wow.
And you become like the Emperor and like decree everything. It's really hard to get, especially if like other people are like against you. But forming the Galactic Empire is always like really, really.
Heard that. Is there a point in selecting a leader? Like, does this help me at all?
Employing a leader increases your diplo weight.
So like this guy, I assign him because he's got the Galactic Community Emissary effect.
And
Can
then,
I, like, propose my own things?
Yeah, if you go to resolutions, there's a massive list of stuff you can propose.
Oh. So, like, my guy had this one.
And then it shows what the AI think of the resolution, although it doesn't always matter, because it's the weak support. The support measures, like, how many people want it to be in power, but if you know the major powers, like the people the most diplo weight want it, then you can usually get it.
How do I vote for it? Like, how would I get this over there?
Like, so you press on the one that's yellow with the title? Or is that already being... Wait, hold up.
Oh, maybe it's already on there.
Yeah, there's a lot. But you can, like... Yeah, it says proposed, but, like, one of them you can vote for right now. You can, like, click on it, and then they'll say, like, propose this, or something.
Active, propose.
Oh, it's active. Like, if you click on an active one, I'm pretty sure you can, like, try to get rid of it. Like, you can repeal it. Yeah, like, repeal Guardian Angels Act.
How?
So, like, you click on it.
Yeah.
Like, if you go... The one that's up one.
Oh, this one. No, this one says it's proposed.
Press that one.
I can't
see,
click
like,
anything.
Costs already been proposed. There's so many people in the castle.
Yeah, holy shit, there's so much going on. I'm trying to find something that I can...
Influence.
Oh, there we go. Propose resolution. Okay. Alright.
Change galactic focus to the Great Tempest. That essentially means, like, ask everyone to, like, help you support and, like, getting rid of the Tempest.
Okay. Everyone do it. Alright, that's cool.
Yeah. So now it should appear on the left bar. You know when you scroll down quite a bit there?
I'm sorry, Blade. I'm retarded. If I do what?
If you go to the bar on the left and scroll down.
Oh, yeah.
People will, like, support it or not support it. And then you can call in favors from other empires, too, to increase its support. But only ones at the top will be in the next election.
Okay. I can oppose the only thing I propose. I can be like, actually, I changed my mind. I actually don't like this.
That's hilarious.
The galactic community is interesting. People that are like fanatic purifiers or assimilators, they are not the community. Otherwise, like that fanatic xenophobe nation that's trying to kill everyone, they could also be in there.
Ah.
And then, yeah, Blade mentioned it. People in the council can declare an emergency, meaning people immediately vote on it, no matter what.
Okay, so like this
being in the
Tempest
council has
thing.
its perks.
Oh, I'm not part of the council. These 3 people are.
Yeah.
Dickheads.
And then if you go to the Senate floor, something might already be voted on. Yeah. People like picking sides.
Oh.
And then, yeah, council members also have a veto power.
Alright, once I
they
click,
can't
that's a
always
final.
use it.
Oops.
Yeah. Galactic Council's goofy. I generally don't pay too much attention to it unless, like, I'm being declared, like, the crisis.
Alright, Mr. Graham, hear me out. Socialize with a determined exterminator and make your relationship so bad with them they just save you for last. I have no clue if this will work. It probably won't. But, you know, speaking of things, you know, whoever was down here and had a really small empire probably sucked ass, you know?
Wait, go to the left.
Yeah.
The left side of the galaxy.
Oh, like all the way left?
I wonder if they're still there. Yeah, on the far left. The local authoritarians.
The skibbity vassal? What the fuck?
What in the world?
They're literally called the skibbity vassal. Did you do that? You fucking troll.
No.
It's a vassal under you.
Oh, that's amazing.
You literally called him the skibbity vassal. That's it. Isaac, ban him from the chat. He's gone forever.
No.
No. Oh man, that's funny as hell. It was a joke. It was a prank. It was a prank. Oh, that's funny as fuck. What the
Yeah,
fuck
you
is
can
this
rename
heresy?
your nation mid-game to like fit like the scenario. So it's always kind of funny to like see like something normal, and then it's like some ridiculous name.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, Jesus, Skylar.
Oh, that's funny as shit, dude. Oh man. Sorry, the fat cock bugs are coming for you. That sounds like a band name. Oh, that's wild.
No.
Oh, okay.
Blade.
All right,
cool.
cool.
This game ever. I'm beelining that empire.
Don't worry, that game won't exist anymore. We keep making new ones.
Yeah. I'm free most of tomorrow, so we can actually, you know, do a game together.
I am not free most of tomorrow.
Mm.
So tomorrow's actually my nerd day. We get together and we play my tabletop role-playing game that I've been making since I was really young.
I also kind of have something like that running right now with 2 of my good friends.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Hell yeah. Wait, are we starting a new server? Eventually, Mr. Goose. Yes. Yes. D&D. No. So, Blade, I actually don't play D&D. I don't like D&D. I thought it was dumb. So I made my own. And I made it... I've been making it ever since I was like 12 years old. And I told myself that by the time I turned 30, I was going to finish it. And I only decided that a couple years ago. And 30 years old is right around the corner. So I got to get this bitch finished up.
Nice.
You should release it. I'm trying to, Blade. Damn. If you just gave me a couple $1,000, Blade, I could probably finish it right now.
It's hard to release a game. I've tried.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to take some time, and I'm definitely going to have to, you know, save up some fucking dough for that and figure everything out. But it's going to be a phenomenal game, so I'm not too worried about it.
Nice. Do you have like a name for it?
Hell yeah, I have a name for it.
What's it called?
I don't want to tell you.
Okay.
What if you try to steal my name?
You know what? Fair.
Yeah, see? Boom. Got him. Just kidding. It's called Legends of Prakos.
Ooh.
I can give you 1 Miller Lething welding kit. That sounds pretty cool, but that's not going to cut it. Actually,
What is a
check.
Miller leather bullet?
if somehow this YouTube thing somehow pulls off, and if I get like enough subs and somehow I'm like making money off of this, that would actually be a really good like substitute income while I'm trying to make everything else. That would be kind of kick-ass. But I'm definitely not going to rely on it because that's just not a reasonable goal. Just don't think about that kind of shit. If it happens, it happens, but it most likely won't.
Yeah. Like, I know I'm still in school right now. I'm planning to become a pilot.
Ooh, hell yeah.
Yeah. We're almost there.
Wait for me, Graham. I don't want to be Gams faction. Don't worry, dude. You'll be fine. We're not playing anything today, Goose. Don't worry. But, you know, in the future, I'll make sure that when we start out fresh, you get to start out fresh as well, and you won't be this empire that's just getting fucking shit poopy dootied on right off the bat. Poor guy.
When you started the call today, I was playing a sort of current Stellaris game with some of my other buddies. I know you have FTL, Faster Than Light.
Oh yes, I love FTL. Good shit.
I essentially like turned the NG into like an empire.
Oh, nice.
But like I've never played pacifist before, so like someone like took my land and like declared war, but like I couldn't do anything.
Oh no.
It sucked.
God,
That's
FTL
why
is
I've
so
never
much
played
fun.
pacifist.
I haven't played FTL in such a long time.
I mean, you have a lot of games to be fair. Like you can't get to all of them.
Oh my god, yeah, no, I've got over 300 here. Let me see. What's my just on Steam alone? Let's see. I've got 331 just on Steam.
I wonder if I like sort what games we both have. Oh wait.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing you could do.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot. RTL, -3, RimWorld, Stellaris.
Oh, RimWorld.
Supreme Commander.
Ah, Supreme Commander.
I mainly play Forged Alliance.
Oh, Forged Alliance is the
It was-
winner, for sure.
What?
Forged Alliance is definitely the winner between all three.
Yeah. And my friends are like, it's just like an old game. And I'm like, well, it's amazing.
It's still the best fucking game. Supreme Commander 2 isn't terrible. It's definitely a much more streamlined experience, but Forged Alliance is definitely better.
Yeah. It's always so fun to see your army of little guys run in.
Oh, I know, I love
What's
it.
your favorite Forged Alliance faction?
Oh god, it's gotta be a tie. Actually, you know, it really depends on what kind of playstyle I'm doing. Like, if I want to be fairly aggressive, I love going to Cyber Nation. I love all their experimentals. I think they really kick ass. If I want to be super defensive, I'm absolutely playing the UEF. They're the only ones with tier 3 point defense. If I want to build like a turtle, then I'm going UEF. And then their artillery is just fucking disgusting too. But otherwise, I think overall it's probably the Aeon Illuminant. I just love the way that faction looks. If I want to do like a heavy invasive faction, I'm definitely going the Seraphim. I think they're really cool too.
Seraphim are so neat.
So I don't know. Honestly, I'm one of those guys. I'm super happy just hitting random and whatever faction I get, and that's what I go for.
I like to play like Aeon and Cybrex.
Oh, Into the Breach? Yeah, I know about Into the Breach. Yeah, that's it's made by the same people who did FTL or something, right?
Yeah.
It's been on my wishlist for a while, but I just keep not pulling the trigger.
It's a really fun turn-based strategy game.
Oh my god, FTL is $2.50 right now.
What?
Alright, hey, if anyone doesn't have FTL, you're not going to regret it. Buy the game, it's $2.50.
Yeah, it's a banger. Like, I've played it for like years. I have like over 100 hours, and I still like don't even have half the achievements.
Yeah, no, that game is so fucking cool. Isaac, if you don't have
And
FTL, you gotta get it. $2.50.
And I have like some of the rarer achievements too. Like, shit, what are some of the rare ones? Yeah, like, Where is it? Some people just like to watch ships burn. Have every square on a ship on fire.
Oh yes, that was really good if you have the fucking heat ray or whatever it's called.
Oh, and I hate this achievement. I hate that I have it, but I have it. Oh yeah.
I saw you
I don't
play
need to
this
stink
game
and upgrades.
before,
Get to
Sky.
Sector 5
Yeah.
without upgrading. And then... Where is it?
I remember pirating FTL when my friend wanted to play. We switched to StarCraft 2 since there's a similar FTL game on the arcade. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Huh. I'm surprised it's not a rare achievement, but astronomically low odds. Fail to evade 5 shots in a row with fully powered and upgraded engines.
Oh no.
That means that more than 1 out of 10 people that play the game have had that, which like sucks. Like how?
Let's see. I hardly lifted a finger. That one's pretty funny.
Ooh,
With the
yeah.
NG cruiser, destroy an enemy ship using only drones, no weapons. Oh, I also have astronomically low odds. Would you look at that?
Yeah.
The United Federation have
friend-
6 unique aliens on the Kestrel vessel. Oh, yeah, totally. Easy.
That one was surprisingly hard to get, honestly.
I don't know. I guess I got it, but, you know, fuck. The guns they've stopped have 4 enemy systems or subsystems ioned at the same time while using the NG cruiser. Fuck yeah.
That one, I got that one because an enemy ship had both cloaking and mind control, and both of them were stone.
Yes, Goose, you should buy FTL. It's $2.50, bro, and it's a great fucking game. You're gonna have a blast.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the FTL style game that came out kind of recently-ish, but it's like a pirate game?
Ooh. I
for-
know what you're talking about, but I don't quite remember.
God, I forgot what the name of that was.
Is it on like the front page of Steam?
Hold on. Pirate FTL game. Reclaim the Sea, is that what it's called?
Alright, I'm gonna cut out.
Nope, that's not it.
No?
But it looks kind of neat, actually. FTL inspired roguelike Reclaim the Sea. I don't know, actually this does look kind of cool.
I'm surprised you have as many games as you do. Then again, not all my games are necessarily on my computer.
Yeah.
And my computer can't run everything either.
Sea Blip.
Because I know... Like, do you know what Warhammer is?
Fuck, do I know what Warhammer is?
I
do Warhammer 40k.
Bro, I used to have multiple Warhammer 40k armies, baby. Like I used to paint them, build them, everything. I've got
I have like,
fucking.
some in my basement right now.
I've got like Dawn of War. I've got. I'm gonna get
I
Warhammer
know, you
Space
have, like,
Marine
all the
soon.
Total War
I've got
games.
fucking everything. Oh yeah.
I know I collect the Tau and Necron. Super cool.
Oh yeah, here it is. Sea Blip. Yeah, it's $10.50. It's like just a pirate version, slightly
What's it
ish.
called again?
Sea Blip.
Sea Blip.
Yeah, I remember seeing this and I was like, oh god, this is giving me some strong FTL vibes.
Sea Blip. Ooh, you're right, it does. Even the health bar I see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even the fucking health bar is the
That
same.
gives me very strong vibes. It's similar to recent games you played. Slime Rancher. What the?
I love Slime Rancher.
Slime Rancher's fun, but like the game, Steam said it was similar to Slime Rancher.
Yeah, it's definitely
and-
nowhere close to Slime Rancher. I love that it thinks it's close to Assassin's Creed Black Flag, though. That's pretty good.
Sometimes I wonder how Steam thinks like they're related.
Steam's having a tough time. You just gotta let them
Then
do their
again,
thing.
I have a pretty funny screenshot of. It's always changing. I think it's fixed now, but I think I could. Shoot. Where is it?
Oh my god, Goose, what did you post in the fucking Discord? What is this thing I'm looking at? Of a dark void of space
trying
is
to see
spreading
if I can
across the
find it
Empire
in
like a
Discord.
plague. There is concern,
Oh, yeah.
optimistic wonder.
Oh, what's
It's a
Steam doing?
giant jellyfish. Dark Souls 3.
Look at the popular user-defined tags.
Cute, education, relaxing, driving, drama. I'm fucking dead, dude. That's so funny.
I think they changed it, but like, I got this screenshot.
That's actually so wild. Driving? Like, I can obviously see the memery and cute and relaxing, but like, driving? Like, bro, how? That's hysterical.
Oh, if I post it instantly, people are like automatically swarming.
That's so funny. That's so fucking funny. Oh man, okay, well, what a Stellaris stream. It was pretty much just all education. We had a good time.
It is late for me right now. It's 11:30.
Oh yeah, no, it's hella late for me too. Alright, well, I'm out of here.
Oh my god.
Local, thanks for all your help, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for everyone else that was helping out too. Blade, I appreciate you. Goose, you didn't do shit, but you were moving, so congrats. Isaac, you were just sitting here because you're a little bitch.
Yeah.
But thanks for hanging out. And yeah, that's it. Alright. Cool, yeah. Oh, I gotta close the
It was
game.
a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Ping me when we're playing again.
Oh yeah, no, when I actually like have something planned, I'll definitely ping everybody for sure.
Nice. Right. Good night.
Yeah, good night, man.
Good night.
And well, that's it for the stream. So you know the deal. If anyone's watching,
Get fucked.
get fucked.